Welcome back to the Unfortunate Sons session 25, A Graver Error. Last time we left off, the party had managed to take down LaGrossa inside of the church, having managed to not only defeat him, but with the defeat of the bone bats that he had summoned, though with a bit of fear driven into the party by these creatures. The party has managed to, had managed to not only defeat the bone bats and their paralysis bite, but as well finally put Dom's father to rest as the party prepared themselves, heading back upstairs and checking out the place, splitting up and kind of trying to figure out what was going on. I believe Ned and Eider headed further into town, looking for Sprungus and Frungus to get assistance on figuring out what was going on, and just to really get ready for the tomb fight that they had taken on for a quest. Though as the two had showed up, unfortunately, as Eider pulled out the dagger that he'd been given by Grandpa to show the party of Frungus and Sprungus, the unfortunate reaction was not what Eider was expecting, as the creatures, or as the two individuals would find themselves immediately shocked into fear, seeing such a terrifying item that marked such a deadly curse on an individual. With the town not only freezing from the item being pulled off the belt of Eider, the two individuals almost stuck frozen in fear. As soon as Eider put the item back away, the rest of the town seemed to unfreeze itself and go back to itself. However, as Frungus and Sprungus were able to move once more, immediately turned and retreated, escaping away as fast as they could, taking all of their followers with them. With this, Ned and Eider would instead continue or return back to the party, or to the church, while Dom and Kez had a heart-to-heart moment about what had happened, kind of, and a confirmation of continuing this quest and this fight. As the party would rejoin, we return to the evening still, the sun having set long ago from what all you can tell. The skies overhead darkened. It's still the month of the planting, April, the 12th, and the rain coming down is somewhat warm, but still has a bit of a bite to it as it smacks into your skin. As you four return, unfortunately with Kez not here today, we join back with the rest of the party, having gathered up. Domnander still in the church by the lectern, looking over the kind of Kezenok's shoulder as Kez begins casting the spell and going about re-sanctifying the church in El Ugbo's name. Ned and Eider walking into the church as they do. Eider still having this large staff in hand, looking at the rest of the party as you two do. So I did mention we'd be picking up where we last left off, exactly where we left off. With the three of you reunited, kind of standing in the church, what would you all like to do?
I just give a tired look to our two companions that are, a little less busy, and say, "I'm going to continue investigating this and see if I can't help out with the belt eventually."
It would be nice to have this problem sorted, as I fear it might only get worse. And Dom's kind of, I think last we left out, Dom was canonically still kind of freaking out over his belt, so I imagine he's like sat down on a pew or something and is just like composing himself.
Mm-hmm.
After that moment I had.
Yeah, no, completely kind of looking down at the belt, trying to figure out what the other symbols could mean and what they could shape back into.
Yeah, I'm in that pose of the anime guy in the chair with his head in his hands, just like, listen, just gotta think this through. Gotta figure this out.
Just like kind of like give like Dom like a pat on like the knee and like it'll be okay probably.
Okay. Right. I think Dom will kind of like stand up and kind of look at Kez, who's doing the spell, and then look at like Ned and Eider, like, the belt thing is important, but it will probably have to wait. What is most important on our list? What I need to do something. What are we doing first?
Just kind of like wave the staff around. Well, if I'm gonna break enchantments, I've got to start somewhere. So, this thing first, then your belt.
All right. I don't think you want my help magically with that, and kind of gestures with his non-magical hands.
My magic hand.
My magic hands.
Okay. Eider, you said you were gonna go ahead and take a look at the item.
Yeah, I was gonna do like the whole study shenanigans.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, you were gonna take this outside into the middle of the street to do this because you wanted it well away from the church, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at the very least, away from people. Probably not in the actual street, as people typically are in the street.
As you do look out and see a few kobolds walking by, you know.
Yeah, probably like the northern corner of because if I remember right, the this place is already like on the outskirts of town.
Most of it's a dirt road as well out here. The few people that are traveling out here are heading further out of the city itself and heading into the wilderness from what you've seen. But yeah, as you kind of head more towards like the front entrance of the church, seeing the area where you can kind of get a good look down the street, you don't really see anybody coming for a good distance. And as you see Ned and Dom kind of still inside the church, standing near the pews, at the front of the pews, as they kind of watch as Kez continues his prayer, and the magical lights begin to glimmer off of the book as he does so. Little bits of gore and blood dissipating, bits of wood kind of re-crooking themselves back in order and such. But as you kind of step outside to take a look at it and sit there, what do you want to do?
I started try and get a read for the magic, and then start trying to find, I guess, the edge, like where I might suspect where the edge is that keeps it, all put together, and then start trying to untangle it like it was a large, cat's cradle.
Interesting. Give me a spellcraft check.
I would love nothing more.
That sigh of satisfaction is, for those viewers at home, about a half an hour of me and him arguing back and forth for the last bit while we were trying to figure out what was going on. So,
it's not a great roll, but
oh no. That 23. As you look over this item and begin to try and figure out where the spells are kind of begin and end, what catches your attention about this item is that there is an overall enchantment that seems to be put on it that has nothing to do with the clerical domain of this item and wherein its god, but rather seems to be a polymorph spell designed to keep something in the form of this staff. As you begin to kind of look about the magic, you see that this is where the loosest thread in the entire enchantment seems to pull apart, as if this one spell seems to break the others inclined to the staff itself.
Interesting. So it's like the only spell that isn't divine, basically.
Oh, and that you noticed with that roll, yep.
Okay. Yeah, in for a penny. I start I guess mentally taking the proverbial needle to it and start plucking at it.
Okay. As you begin, give me another spellcraft roll for this. As Ned continues to look at the woodwork of the pews, the wood kind of uncracking and breaking or unbreaking itself back to a normal shape.
33. Much better.
33. Jesus. Okay. As the magic begins to untwine, you feel the spell kind of crack and tear away. The rest of the magic seeming to almost pull and to a core at the center of the staff as you sense it. As you begin to pull the string, it's going to take you roughly guess about 3 rounds to kind of tear this spell completely off as you do so. But as the first bit comes, you notice that the bottom of the staff begins to change from a solid metallic feel to a white, almost bone white, like bleach bone white coloration, and it begins to round out at the bottom, kind of almost like a fat belly kind of beginning to populate where a stick was. Ned and Dom, as this begins to happen, what would you like to do? Hey, man, I feel personal attack there.
Yeah. I think, kind of like I said in my message, Dom doesn't have magical expertise, so I think he's watching and maybe trying to understand what's happening, but I think I'm remaining in the building, but like kind of semi near the door, so I can kind of see Eider and also keep an eye on Kez. Like I'm basically monitoring the 2 at-risk spellcasters who are doing magic, just because our recent battle has Dom kind of shaken and on edge and like anticipating threats, essentially. Especially because Kez and I were approached by Shakix. I am on high alert.
Okay.
My sense motive radar is active. I'm looking for suspicious activity.
Give me a sense motive on the church. It's arguably quiet. This is not normal.
Yes.
No.
It's like a Monster House scenario. The church is sentient and it is evil.
Give me a search or spot, and a listen check, please, Dom.
Okay. I shall do spot. I'm pretty good at spot checks. That's a 24 for spot, and my listen check is a 17.
17, okay. Alright, and as you begin to kind of watch out, looking towards looking all around, you notice that Kez's spell begins to go from a almost white light that seems to kind of almost like a beacon begin to shoot out from this holy book he's reading from, as the entire church begins to slightly glow as it repairs itself, almost like he's casting a mending spell effect across the entirety of the church's grounds. As this begins, you notice that the light begins to slightly change and shift, and you begin to see bits of this blackened energy begin to flow into it, as Kez's face, though his eyes closed right now, and seems to be smiling as his hands are kind of out and seems to be reading off this prayer quietly. You see his smile begins to turn to a frown, and he begins to do his body begins to slightly twitch, with his face muscles beginning to also slightly twitch, as you begin to hear and feel the heavy winds beginning to pick up and kind of blowing through the church, as Eider is kind of messing with or beginning to unravel this spell. Ned, yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna have Dom try to call out to Eider if he noticed like something going on with Kez and the magic, but I don't know if Eider would like catch Dom's warning in time to stop. So,
Eider, give me a listen check. As the winds are picking up and it's getting harder to hear right here.
Something's going wrong. This doesn't feel right.
Oh, I rolled uncharacteristically great on that. I got a 24.
You do hear this as you hear the shout, yep. As
Oh.
you hear this,
Alright.
before you get to respond though, Ned, what would you like to do?
I feel like Ned would be trying to help Kez, like, straighten everything up, clean everything up, but with the spell going on, like, everything he's trying to get to, happens right before he's there.
And you get like a broom out and go to clean up some dust. It's like it's already gone by the time you get back. You come over, like get ready to move one of the little hanging symbols, Vela Ugbo, to tweak it a little bit. It's already moved back by the time you get over there. Yeah, as you run about. Okay. As you start to hear the wind picking up, and you begin to notice and see the crackling about Ned, give me a spellcraft check because of your druidic background. Sorry, the chat. Thank you. Let's see what Ned's got. Nice.
23.
Ned, you begin to notice there's beginning to become a concentration of magic as you start to sense the school of divination kind of being profligated around you. A heavy aura that seems to almost envelop death itself kind of begins to seep into the church, and you can start to see the clasps of darkness on the edges of the church walls through one of the windows beginning to kind of peek over and pull at some of the cobblestones as the walls start to crumble a little bit. As you see this, Ned, looking about for a moment, you also do sense the sense of death and rot coming for this church.
Something's coming.
As Ned shouts this out over the wind, Eider, you hear both Dom and Ned as they shout this out. What would you like to do?
I mean, got double warning, so take a look around. What do my dwarven senses perceive?
Give me a search check. Or if you're looking for just magic, I'll take a spellcraft check.
Eider's like, something's off. As an empath, I can sense a disturbance in my voice.
My dwarven beard is tingling.
Dom and Ned are like, Eider, and Eider's like, I'm sensing a little bit of stress.
I sense that there's not enough cheese in the beer.
With a 34, as you begin to kind of sense about you the magic in the air, it's getting thicker and thicker. The aura of death is kind of beginning to envelop. While you don't sense the rot and decay coming from it, you do recognize the domain of death kind of surrounding this church, and it's almost as with you standing at the gateway of this walls and going out into the main street. Looking out, you see as the church, or as the grounds themselves seem to have almost this darkened, shadowy line on the roads that are trying to lick at the staff, but seemingly just barely keeping away from it. Almost like a fiery shadow trying to grab hold of the thing. You see what looks to be for a moment a weird-shaped head of a creature. Like a skull of a moose, it seems, with two large antlers, it seems to appear in the shadow and then dissipate into this fiery abyss as the little bits of fire continue to flicker. You sense the casting level aura of someone around about 65. Coming from all around this church. Eider's me, like, ooh.
Oh, that's a god.
Has just a look of surprise on Eider's face as he looks around, kind of looking about as if expectingly. Eider, I will mention at your glimpse on the street, you do notice a figure kind of walking towards the church. If you'd like to describe yourself, Patter.
Yes. You see a 1 foot tall little dude. I have an image just for this. Walking down the street in holy robes. He has white fur, a chain around his neck that he seems to have a little jar attached to it. Probably hard to see from a distance with how small he is. He's wearing little gloves. And he's just all around a happy old dude. He's smiling while he walks towards you. He kind of waves.
Eerily, he's the only one on these darkened streets, and there seems to be almost a light glow around the little mouse folk.
I was like visibly stunned for a good few seconds. It's like, huh? It's like we go from God to mouse pope.
Yeah, a little bit of an acid trip for you. But as you kind of look on for a moment, the creature continues to kind of walk towards you. Kez and Ned, you see as all around the magic or the shadow is beginning to get darker. It seems like the skies are blackening, and almost a strange magical darkness seems to be surrounding the church and its walls, as it seems to getting darker and darker, harder to see things out and about. Eider, the only thing that seems to say as a glimmer, almost a glimmering torch in this pitch blackness, is this short. How tall are you again, Patter?
A foot tall.
One foot tall
Oh my
mouse
God.
folk. You see a little like torchlight walking towards you.
Are you okay?
Are you?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I be?
I just like look around to like death, like the darkest night I think I've ever seen in my life.
The light sounds of the screams of those who are being flayed alive in the background.
Oh, see, no. I'm always safe. See, and he lifts up the little chain around his neck. The lady protects me. It's a jar full of dirt.
Fucking. All right. Which lady?
You don't recognize the symbol?
That's a jar of dirt.
Fuck.
It's a holy symbol.
One moment. Allow me to consort with my divine knowledge real fast.
And Eider just
Yeah,
kind of
what the
stops the spell, pulls out a little book, his little notebook, starts flipping through the page, like, jar of dirt. No, no, closer. Jar of mayonnaise, no. Jar of dirt. Give me a knowledge religion check, please.
31.
31. You'd recognize this as a Blez Tara, the god who is actually the exact opposite of Lithotara. Supposedly the sister goddess of the saint or of Lithotara. She is basically the opposite in every way. She is known as the mother, the goddess of nature, healing, and chaos. She is a primordial goddess that is believed to be the specific direct descent of those who created the world itself. For those who believe in the primordial gods of Silas and Incre. Supposedly, Blaz Tara is also the one who defeated her sister. However, this has caused a major split between the two.
Yes. Come inside, please.
Okay.
Only last note is that she is normally followed by Pakab, is what you'd know, which is Genasi.
Oh.
Yeah, don't worry, I wasn't gonna leave you with a random name. Yeah, copyright reasoning. Turns out Genasi are copywritten. So
Fuck you, wizards.
yeah, right. So Korean Pakab means I can't remember. It's like elemental or something like that. But yes, as you kind of seeing this mouse folk, this would be a very unique follower as far as it goes. Beyond that, you don't have much else written in your worldly notebook that you can find.
It's all right. The first paragraph was good enough, considering apparently the Eye of Lithotara is looking like literally down on us.
Well, as you kind of look up, inviting in Patter, you do see a large, like brown, like earth, dirt-like colored eye seemingly forming in the clouds themselves.
I
looking
was
black
kidding.
and looking down at you. I wasn't. As Eider shouts this out loud, mad at the gods. Alright, Disney moment there. But yeah. As you kind of bring a powder into the church grounds, you watch as the church itself begins to glow even brighter. The field of light that seems to kind of expand out to keep the shadowy fire away seems to expand up an extra foot past the walls, pushing the shadows back. As you look down at the staff itself, the spell of the that you are pulling out seems to now visibly show the arcane runes on it, seeing the word polymorph written on it. You also read something that catches your attention, Eider, that reads the last sight.
Is that SITE or SIGH?
SIGHT.
Okay. So is this thing fucking polymorph to not look like a goddamn relic, and it actually is?
Good question.
Well, I got time now. I can.
As you invite Patter in, the eerie streets are quiet. The staff still laying on the ground near the entrance to the church itself. Ned and Dom kind of standing inside.
Yeah, do we just see
Yeah, you see as
happen?
Yeah, you see as Eider kind of sees this little torchlight seems to walk up to him and start speaking up. As you kind of look down, you kind of have to really like close your eyes and really look down to see to narrow
I was
to
gonna
see
say
it.
Dom has to, I think, literally crouch, like kneel down, just to be able to properly see, because I am 15 feet and 19 inches taller than this character. So Dom has to quite literally be like, either why were you staring at the torch? Like, is that
Hi.
a mouse person?
Hello.
What? And is like
Patter.
crouching down.
Patter, I will say, while Domnender's wearing like full leather breeches like a normal individual, as Ned gets nearby, Ned's toga is well, Commando, as we've already confirmed in previous sessions.
Bro, I'm a mouse folk. Most of my people are naked.
That's true. That's fair.
I would like to grab the staff before a fucking hideous like shadow hand comes out of the darkness, grabs it, and fucking starts casting a bunch of bullshit on us.
As you kind of turn back around, as you like walk past and like oh shit, and turn back around to grab it, kind of drag it back in. You see as the shadow hand like seems to try and grasp it as you get to it and pull away.
They're like, no, none of that bullshit.
As you walk back towards the church with it.
Okay, so what the fuck just happened with the staff? Kez's magic went bad. The church is in disarray. Who is this? And I point a finger, and I don't know what the ratio of Dom's finger is to the mouse folk, but I'm sure it's hilarious.
I think your finger at that would be about half his height.
A limb.
Like I think
It is
roughly.
an arm's
Yeah.
length.
Yeah, roughly.
How close do you point?
3/4 of an arm. He's not like getting in your face. He's like kneeled down, but I'm still several feet taller than you, and I'm just gesturing at you.
As if it's close, I will shake your finger like you're trying to shake my hand.
Oh my gosh! Wait, never mind. It is close enough for you to shake. Please do that. Dom is so confused, but I guess like kind of there's a bit of like remaining diplomacy, politeness where he'll like hesitantly shake his hand slightly, and then just looks at Eider like baffled.
I just like slowly points out the window.
I look out the window.
As you see the giant eye looking down at you, of earthy, like of this brown colored, almost cloud that seems to be made of the same color of dirt the dirt is. The center of it almost made up of this blackened cloud-like material that seems to look about and be staring down at the church from the skies above.
Dom's just like still like letting Patter shake his finger, is just like staring at the eyeball like, don't, Eider, not another godlike being who's after us. Please tell me it's not what it looks like.
I have great news. It's not a godlike being. It's just a full-on god.
Eider, this is more bad news.
Hey, it's not a godlike being. It's just a full god.
Either why is it
It's-
looking at us? Why am I still shaking your hand? And we'll like kind of go to retract and stand up, like realizing he's just been shaking your hand for like 2 minutes.
Yep.
I like gestures with like the staff. He's like very ginger about like touching it. Not in small part because I think it burns to the touch.
Mm-hmm.
But like kind of points like kind of like does like the blacksmith thing where he's like kind of holding it by like holding something else and like twists it to where like the runes at the bottom are visible. And gestures to them.
As you twist it, the little round belly at the bottom seems to kind of like move and gestate with the kind of moving of the staff.
Ugh. It's pregnant.
So started pulling at the threads of magic on this. It had a polymorph spell. As I've been unraveling it, this little thing popped out. Reads the last sight, which, given the obvious implication, is like gestures to the fucking sky.
Mm-hmm. Why is it like that? And Dom's just kind of looked. He's very unnerved. This is completely out of his element. There's a god looking over him. He doesn't work with gods. There's a magic staff that now has this odd protrusion. He's not a magic user. And there's also a very tiny person, and he is a very big person. So he's just completely out of his element, just like, what can we do to undo this? And if we can't undo this, I think perhaps we should leave.
I have a
Or
question.
do
that might-
something. Oh,
I have a question that might answer your question. Do you?
what is...
I actually came to ask. Do you guys know why there are so many giants with weapons suddenly coming into town in this direction?
I just like
I
slowly
look at, I
the
just
eye.
look at Iter. Yeah, I just full
Oh,
stare
they-
at Iter and I don't
they-
say anything.
They were coming before that formed.
Oh. Hmm.
And they didn't look very friendly. They didn't want to talk to me. As his ears kind of flatten.
Hmm. I
just
don't
kinda, like,
imagine most giants know how to talk to little folk.
I just turned to Dom, like shrugging and says, "For the chances it's not related to us. Not every bad thing can be our fault."
Damn, did I see their whole?
Iter?
What? What was that,
Did I-
Peter?
Did I see these people's holy symbols?
Yes. Most of them proudly. Well, they don't just wear their holy symbols, but most of them also carry mini towers on their around their throats to use as arcane focuses to continuously do sacrifices while killing on a battlefield, rather than carrying around one of those massive towers with them. It basically teleports those they kill to the tower to sacrifice.
Well, it's just like, I respect all the gods, and I don't want to say their name in vain. The Taras don't have that many followers, and it's surprising so many are suddenly coming in, and over here.
Hmm.
They all had towers for sacrifices.
My eyes narrow as I stare at Iter even harder.
Oh, come on. We all kicked his ass. It wasn't just me.
I don't disagree. I just think maybe.
To be fair, all I did was
safe-
burp in his face.
I think maybe we should figure out what we're doing because clearly, despite what some of us are saying, this is very much our fault and it very much is coming to kick our ass.
You could go to the castle.
Do you think we'd be granted safety there?
Well, even if you're near it, they're not just going to attack you right next to the castle. Lord Og is known for really not liking people who start fights, especially in his presence.
That is true. Now, would he consider us starting a fight is the real question.
Well, if they swing on you first.
I
I mean,
Dom
I
kinda
could run through
side-eyes-
screaming and he would know that we're being chased.
Yeah, could I side eye Kez and determine how likely it would be for us to be able to drag Kez away?
Kez isn't going anywhere.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Yeah. You
He'll be
think
fine.
he'll be protected?
Well, if I'm not wrong, he's currently sanctifying a church. If his god doesn't do anything, I'd be surprised if someone just suddenly attacked him in a church.
Well, Dom just to himself thinks about the ominous statements of like Jakix and stuff mentioning how Kez's god is going to betray him. Remembers that Kez told Dom to keep that hush hush, and just kind of glances at Ned, glances at Eider, glances at Kez, and is just like, this sucks. All right, if not go to the castle, what are other options? I do not see many. How many giants?
There were quite a few. I saw 4 notable ones that weren't frost giants.
Mm.
They looked weird.
Weird how?
Weird in what way?
Just weird. They're not normal giants or anything. They all just looked odd. Species I've never seen before.
Mm.
One looked like he was kind of made of sand. Another one looked lizard-like. One of them was purple. One of them was green, like that guy.
I like
Does
give him a
Dom
little
have
wave when he
any
says that guy.
idea?
There was one more in
what these
town. There's
are?
like 450 coming to the town. Something like that.
Yeah, DM, does Dom have any idea what these could be, like race-wise?
Give me either knowledge local or knowledge nature.
I was gonna say, I
Ooh,
think
can
Dom's
I do that
assuming
too?
that
Yeah.
Patter finds any large race to be a giant, and so is just trying to think, like, are these dragonkin? Are these actual giants? Like,
Hey,
what's...
I'll slightly resurface what he said. He would have called 3 a giant. He would have called 1 just lizard-like.
Okay. Yeah,
27
that
nature.
helps.
Ooh, okay.
That is... Let me find my nature.
I might be a foot tall. I can still tell what a giant is,
Wait.
how much more than other races.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Maybe...
Like Shadow of the Colossus.
Not. Yeah, Shadow of the Colossus. 14 nature.
14. Dom.
28 local.
Yeah, I saw the 28 local. Yeah, yeah, you're good. No, I appreciate that though. Good call, just in case I didn't catch that. So, Dom, as you think for a moment hearing this, what catches your attention is the purple giants. There were historically a rare group of giants that are said to be capable of fighting individuals like O'Garen 1-to-1. They were believed to be a giant clan specifically lost to Abaddon, one of the first giant clans that had ever existed and supposedly vanished. They are rumor and mostly believed to be historically an impracticality for history, as there's no reasoning a creature like that could have existed while the Grunagas grew as powerful as they did. But that kind of catches your attention that it seems to be similar to those. They were at the time called Eldritch giants. For the local and the nature. For local, you recognize the giants being not of the typical giant clans. Historically, there is a note at some point that some of the giant races were banished and considered lesser beings. Basically, in a sense, they were too weak, as many hypothesized. Those include, specifically that you'd know for this area, Eider, commonly are found bog giants, which look more akin to turtle-like creatures that are just large with massive shells and very, like, almost squid-like mouths. You know, the big talon-like claw thing. I don't know what that or beak. I don't know what that's called. I think it's just a beak.
Yeah, just big.
And you recognize the other to be forest, or giants of the forest, a group known as to be akin to giants that did not believe, supposedly, in the Grunaga mentality that Utham pushed. These few giants are a branch off, supposedly, of the frost giants themselves. This group is a little different from the bogs, from what you'd know, being that the forests themselves are a bit more capable and typically tend to have a druidic mentality. They also are known to hate frost giants specifically, but they are greedy and willing to do anything supposedly to get power. Ned, with your knowledge nature, the last one that kind of catches your attention amongst them, it sounds almost as if there is a stone, or there are wild stone giants amongst this group that kind of catch your eye. A group known specifically amongst druids who are capable of kind of intertwining themselves with the elemental planes, or at least trying to. Many of them becoming entwined with the the concept of earth magic and its purity, causing themselves to go mad, wild, and become nothing but raging barbarians for the most part. But they are also commonly found in these parts, especially in the wilds, as they like to hunt giants of capability and sacrifice them to their god, though their god is not well known and is believed to be a overall mystery. Some believe that the god of these creatures was called the Last Sight, but this creature disappeared years ago.
I would reiterate that information to the group.
Okay.
I do my best to disseminate my views as well. Well, that's just a mind fuck, isn't it? They're just a lot of really different giants. I look over at Kez. Is Kez just kind of in a trance, just fully fucking out of it?
His eyes are closed. His although he is frowning, it looks like he's battling a darkened magic that keeps trying to take over and corrupt the light that's gleaming out of his book. You're pretty sure he is completely out of it, not going anywhere.
Yeah. And I imagine it's gonna. I imagine it's kind of one of those don't wake up sleepwalker kind of a thing. Don't wake somebody out of a deep trance with godlike beings. They probably won't survive it mentally.
Well, your race, your species is very well known to have been worshippers of Sarazeki. Using his magic, those few that worshipped and those who are amongst the Warrowan, typically when they spoke to beings outside of this plane to gain power, typically it was a mentality of don't mess with the body, otherwise you might piss off the being they're working with.
Yeah. I just kind of turn to the party and just give a frown and say, we can't really move Kez without either something bad happening to him just not being all there, or something bad happening to us. It's kind of a crapshoot, I think.
So
we might be able to call for Og's reinforcements, but it sounds like if we don't want to abandon Kez to potentially whatever fate awaits him, then we might have to make a stand.
how far is Og's castle from here, Dan? Since we were just were there not last session, but the session before the fight.
Yeah, it's about an hour's worth of movement, I believe, at the at normal running speed, which would be 4 or 3 times for non urgent. So which I think would equate to a lot of feet.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna do that math in my head.
Dom looks at Patter, who I don't know if Dom caught Patter's name, and just says, "New friend."
I did tell you to say hi. I'm Pat.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that was to Ida or if that was indoors.
I did it twice.
Patter, as it is.
Yeah.
Do you think we could get there to the castle before the horde of angry giants descend upon us? It is a far travel, even for someone with my stride. I'm not sure if we could make it.
The ones outside the town? Certainly. The ones in the town? I don't know where they went. But there's only 5 of them.
Well.
You can go around them.
Dom, knowing the type of enemies we have faced before, here's only 5 and just shares a look with Iter.
These 5 could be strong, but I mean, they can only be in 5 places at once.
Pater, why do you wish to help us?
I help everyone.
Can I sense
Yes.
motive?
Yes.
Yes. It's been a while. It just seems fitting. Dom's highly suspicious.
It's
of
only
why
been a
old guy
while.
would just help us.
Because we haven't had session in a while. That
Still
allowed you to do an
counts.
RP. Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, I
Still counts.
have open things to talk about because I'm not hiding anything.
I didn't roll that great. I only rolled an 11.
And what are you trying to gather?
You're hard to read. You're hard to read. You're so small. Dom's just like this little creature he's never seen before. To a god with an eyeball, I don't think Dom's familiar with, is like, I just help everyone. And Dom's like, that's a lie. No one's a good Samaritan in these day and age. There's-
Within 11, what you gather is this individual is clearly seems to be someone who is against this god that you all are dealing with, and it seems that there is not any hostility against you, but it does seem that there is an interest in your group that seems to be more beneficial to the Patter than to you. This person is slightly self-interested in this situation, though it doesn't seem hostile to you.
Pater, how might you aid us? What skills do you have to employ in this
I'm a
fight?
healer.
I kind of like look.
As a trade-off, I took a sort of kind of vow of non-violence so I can heal better, but I can't really fight because of that. Also, can't really fight anyway. I'm kind of, as he looks at the ground and back up at you.
With an right small blade and a poison, you could fell people 20 times your size. But if you took a vow of peace, then you have no use for poisons. Either, Ned.
There's
I
currently like
think there
erecting
is-
like a fucking Thunderdome outside.
I think there is wisdom in going to Og and using our political safety there. We have agreed to take on his quest and to help raid the tomb. We are working with him. It is wise to, at least in the confusion of his guards fighting them, give us some time. However, we do risk leaving behind Kez. Do we think they would leave him alone? If this was a church used to worship their god, they might pardon him. But if they sense he's with Ella Ugbo, they might seek to cull competition.
Kind of like pull out the little note, the little paper that says like, was it for the father rise, the mother must fall?
Yes.
And like kind of like gesture to it, and then like gesture to like the basement where Lagrosa was, who was like blatantly a cultist of Lithotara, and then point outside to like the large brown eye that is like staring directly down at the church.
You said the brown same color as the dirt in my thing, in my jar?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah, that's my god.
I was gonna say, that's not Lithotara.
That's Lady Blas.
Is it? I'm sorry. I got. I may have
No.
got my wires crossed. I
You,
thought it was.
you
That's
no,
the-
that was a misconception that was done on purpose.
Yeah, I point at the color of the eye and I point at the same color that's in my jar.
Oh. I like very very confusedly looked down at the staff. It's just, what the hell does this mean then?
Oh, the giants coming to you don't follow her.
Right.
They follow her enemy.
Whoever.
Question: is that eye following you?
Sometimes.
Give me a minute. I'm gonna like finish unraveling the fucking staff, like following them real fast.
All right. Give me another spellcraft check. Not because you've already succeeded. This is just to see if you notice anything as you're unraveling.
Fair enough. 29.
29. As you get about halfway through pulling the spell away, the polymorph spell beginning to almost dispel itself from the staff. The bottom of the staff continues to kind of almost pull down to this large belly that kind of continues to get larger and wider as the staff loses its solidity. A strange-looking object kind of floating in the center of it that looks to be almost like a diamond-shaped gemstone that kind of like moves about freely. The staff also, either as you're kind of doing this, seems to get heavier as you're kind of like holding it up slightly and feeling the weight. It at first only weighs about 200 pounds as you're kind of holding it. But as you feel the weight from about halfway down the staff kind of dissipate and the kind of let loose, almost like dead weight, it seems to almost increase up to 600 pounds with only half the spell taken off.
Like, yeah, like bodily, like thump.
Can Dom and Ned offer some assistance so Eider isn't like crushed?
Of course.
And
Well,
can
not
I
like holding it over me.
just using like my one little skill, identify if this gemstone's a blasting diamond or not, because I do have a thing to identify those.
You have identifier, you said?
I'd have to search what it is, but I believe
A
from ages ago when I first worked with Zilpip, I had like a bonus or something to identifying blasting diamonds because I did research with him.
Alright, yeah. Give me an appraise check for this.
Cool. I can most certainly do that. Let's see, I don't. There we go. That is an 18.
Ba-ba-ba. Okay. And before this is Wolf's character calling it now.
So Dom sees the gemstone being revealed as he's like kneeled down to help you, and you see a sudden like surge of panic, and he like puts a hand on his shoulder like, Either, wait a second more. That is a blasting diamond. It's surrounded in some substance, but if that thing touches open air or falls out, we are toast. And he makes like a cutthroat motion.
It is surrounded by 600 pounds of whatever the fuck this is.
As you kind of poke it, it's very gelatinous and seems to kind of almost like memory foam. Your finger seems to leave an imprint for a few seconds as it slowly pulls back out.
I think I pulled something in my bag.
Just
Okay.
be careful or you'll take out everyone within however big this town is.
And I will say the blasting diamond, from what you can guesstimate, Domnander, is about a 2 foot by 1 foot core. This isn't something small by any means.
That will actually level like the entire city. Holy shit. I'm just like hand on Eider's shoulder, just like trying to help keep the staff up so it can't fall. Like if I see any sign of that blasting diamond like beginning to fall, I will like attempt to catch the staff because that is bad.
Well, the diamond is already at the bottom, kind of pulled into this sack that's kind of like filled with this substance that seems to work like a liquid of some sorts, but as you push onto the skin, the outer skin, it seems to leave an indent until it slowly refills. Yeah, good.
I say Dom will like cup his hands under the staff just so it can't fall onto the floor with enough force to explode.
Okay.
I'll cup the weird goo.
You do? Okay. Can I get a fortitude save, please?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna get poisoned. I expect this.
Well, as
Or
Hatter
acid.
steps behind the back pew and takes cover, apparently. Okay. I wonder why. I wonder why Hatter has suddenly done so.
I'm
don't know if
trying
that's
to
enough
see.
cover.
Do my gauntlets that Eider made me give me anything against potential acids or poisons? Question, Eider. 'Cause I don't remember you mentioning it, but I figured I'd ask because I know it itself is immune to, I believe, alchemical acid.
I mean,
Does
you
that
did write
protect my
something
hands?
to like the extent, but I don't know if you meant like it was just the item that was immune, or if it conferred the wearer anything.
Yeah, does this protect my hands? Or no?
This item is not or is acid resistant, but the materials is not
But
acid.
not my hands. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
the creature
Then,
effect is not an acid damage effect. Yeah.
I only got, due to my normal great rolls, a 9.
Okay. Well, I get to roll 3 things real quick.
Guys, Dom's gonna die before the fight even starts.
Dom, you lose 6 strength, 6 dexterity, and 3 constitution points temporarily.
Temporarily. Oh my gosh. Wait a second.
As you kind of take hold of this ooze, you feel the thing begin to engulf around your hands, and like your hands sinking into it. As they do, you begin to feel your hands almost as if they're stuck in there onto the thing. Begin to feel the both magic and blood almost pulling out through your pores in your hands and into the creature. It is excruciatingly painful as it seems to be sucking the blood through your hands.
-6 strength, -6 what else? What else was the second
Dex,
stat?
and then -3 to your con.
Not my main one. God damn it. Okay. Okay. I'm making note of those.
As you
Then
all...
I think as soon as
Good.
I think as soon as Dom starts to weaken and become slow and like loses health and realizes this goo is seemingly killing him or sucking the life force out of him to some capacity, will attempt to jerk his hand away, because as much as he doesn't want the blasting diamond to explode, he also doesn't want to actively die.
Alright, Dom, give me a grapple check.
Oh.
I've got bad news,
What?
but I'm gonna let you roll first.
Gosh. Remind me how contested grapple works. Do I have to roll athletics?
No, it's your
Okay.
grapple
No,
check.
it is. Yeah, it's D20, your strength, your fucking base attack, and then you.
And your size.
large.
They're large, so
Yeah.
+4.
My strength with that -6 is not very good, I'll tell you that
Yep.
much. I'm getting a different dice for this. Oh my god. Well, how much does a -1 get me on the strength? Because I rolled really bad and I have a -3.
Give me a second.
-2. I think I give a bonus to the enemy's roll, actually. I rolled so bad. I'm like, here, let me help you.
You try to pull your hands away and feel them almost pulled further in. As Eider holds the staff, kind of beginning to pull the magic, Dom struggling to pull their hands away as their blood and magic is being, lack of magic here in this case, but, their blood being sucked into the creature. Ned, what do you want to do in the background here? If anything.
Can I try to figure out what the hell the ooze is without touching it?
This is bad. This is bad.
Yeah,
This
give
is
me a
very
knowledge
bad.
nature.
Hatter starts screaming.
I thought you were a healer! Kill me, goddammit!
Hatter has realized what that creature is, and it looks like he's about to fucking bolt.
25.
Oh my god.
Ned, as you kind of start to think for a second, you see Dom, like, trying not to scream, but the not only the skin sinking in, but the paleness and weakness in Dom. Eider's sudden concern looking at the blasting diamond in the center of the creature. As you think for a moment, there's only 2 ooze-like creatures that like to eat blasting diamonds specifically and use them to envelop their cores. Those are bone oozes, which are noted to specifically stay in the Underdark because they are hunted by most world leaders when they make it above ground for the danger they pose. Last one seen was supposedly sealed away by a powerful wizard and vanished quite a long time ago, like hundreds of years ago, roughly. And then the second creature is an ooze that was noted only as Goliath, a supposed druid legend of a ooze that was so big it could envelop entire mountains by itself. However, that creature was slain supposedly by an adventurer, a dragon that had managed to take the creature on and win a small kingdom for itself at the time. Those are the two options you're sure of on that.
So either way, incredibly powerful, and you don't want to fuck with it.
For your reference of what you would know about a bone ooze, on short, they are typically gargantuan-like creatures that have a massive damage resistance as well as magic resistance, and typically like to basically envelop their victims whole and drain them of all their ability stats as they engulf and eat their bones. In player knowledge, I'll give you this. The one thing you managed to figure out is that on average, to avoid being bone melded, which is to have your skeleton absorbed by this creature, you have to survive a fortitude save of DC 35.
Oh, good.
So that gets to give you a general idea of what you're dealing with. But yeah, as you kind of think about it for a second...
Could make.
As you kind of look at this creature and realize what this possibly could be, the Goliath creature, there's not much known about it beyond the fact that it existed at one point and, again, was slain at some as well.
Would I be able to tackle Dom without getting close enough to the ooze for it to grab me?
In theory, yes. The ooze looks to be kind of stuck and almost trapped onto the staff that Eider's currently got his hands wrapped around and is pulling the polymorph spell out of.
Right.
I stop on
Dom.
Yeah, no. I have a feeling Eider's going to stop once Ned's done with his turn.
Yeah, we get like plunging it like a fucking like toilet.
Go back in. No, go back in. Yeah. But go ahead, Ned. Let's give me
his own hands.
Ned, give me a grapple check against Dom. I assume Dom's not going to resist, so this is just going to be if you can beat half the DC.
Can I give Aid another? Can I give him some kind
of
advantage?
Aid and being tackled.
Prime myself. What if I'm in a really really tackleable position? Like
you know what?
Really
I'll tell you what.
Distribution.
Yeah, as you kind of butt scooch against the pew to move it out of your way, I'll give it to you. Yeah, I'll give a +4 for this. Go ahead and roll. Ned.
Thank you.
So you said strength, base attack bonus, and size?
Yep, which is a +4 at large.
Okay, so... And then you said +4.
Mm-hmm.
17. Oh, wow. 17. I had a +12.
Oh, that hurts. Let's see. That does not reach at least half. So as you try to pull, as you charge into Dom and try to football tackle into them, Dom is collapses down to the ground with you. But as they get pulled to the side, their hands seem to jerk them back, and you immediately snap as you almost like a whip get pulled or kind of go flying over towards the other pews. Dom seemingly just now on the ground with the ooze laying in its hands.
I just get up, dust myself off, pat Dom on the shoulder, and go, "Well, good luck."
Dom is in viciously fighting like a
wolf in a bear trap.
Well, one of his hands is already a graph. One of his arms is already a graph that Utham attached. I think Dom right now, seeing Ned failing to get him off, if he can't get out in the next few seconds, is debating finding a way to amputate his hands. Seriously remove his limbs. Because he can technically fight with his feet. He is a monk. If he's getting full absorbed, I think Dom is considering his options.
As you kind of start looking at your arms, kind of bite it off like a coyote if you have to.
Is there a way to do like my soul warp strike, like to nauseate the creature that's trying to eat me to make myself like unappealing, like gross?
Before we get to that, and I will tell you, outright oozes literally will eat anything. There's not much they can't eat or won't eat. This thing swallowed a blasting diamond for its core. You think this creature's afraid of bad taste?
Yeah,
Maybe
are immune to
Dom
just
just
about everything.
reeks of trauma.
Yeah,
He's
right?
not, you know.
As we go
Domesticated.
back up to the top of what I'm calling my unofficial initiative here, Eider, real quick, as you see Ned kind of tackle them down, you hear the sounds of patter in the background, kind of saying a couple of words, kind of praying. It sounded like they're whispering a prayer in the background. What would you like to do?
I'm trained in engineering. I don't think I didn't get enough to identify this thing. I don't think I only got like a 14.
14? No, you wouldn't recognize what. Well, you'd recognize this as an ooze-like creature. You just wouldn't recognize what kind of ooze.
Yeah. The gamble with oozes is that they are a kaleidoscope whenever it comes to vulnerabilities and immunities to elemental bullshit. Like there is no fucking commonality. They just are or they're not. But they almost exclusively exist underground a lot of the time. I'm going to try to bank on that and use the insert that casts daylight to like shine it like directly in between like where Dom's hands are like stuck to this thing and where it's got a hold of it to try and make it like shy back away from it.
Give me a second to check daylight for some description for myself. It's been a minute. I want to make sure I'm right on my thinking.
Yeah. I mean, it deals like 2d6 radiant, or like a d6, d4 radiant damage.
Oh, you'll hit. This thing doesn't have a touch AC. You can't miss, legitimately, unless you roll on that one.
Well, it's just a reflex save because it's a light effect, but I mean, I don't think this thing has a reflex.
It does have a reflex, just not much. I can't get above a 21. I can confirm. All right, let me double check. Yeah, let me roll for that for its reflex just to see. Actually, no, because technically the creature cannot see yet, so it does not. It will auto fail because it does not know that you're doing something to it right now.
Makes sense between it being grappled
Also
partially
in a
and
grapple,
sorcelled in a fucking like staff.
Oh, yeah.
What was that, Ned?
Move.
Yeah, right.
Well, I was gonna say it's also in a grapple, so
Yeah, technically by the fact that it's grappling, the Dom is technically in a grapple. Yep. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Sure, I'll put a little bit of spice on it. I probably don't need to because it's probably just the presence of light that would do anything to it. But
Damn, that's actually decent. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Let me see if this does what. All right. As the creature does not seem to react at all. As you hit it, the light kind of burns at some of the ooze. The ooze begins to kind of slightly cinder, and bits of it seem to burn away. But the creature seems unfazed and unbothered completely.
fuck.
All right. I'll give you another thing. If there's anything else you got for a plan before we move over to Patter.
I will say.
I was going
Just
to start
point out
plunging
for the elemental stuff that Eider did bring up. My gauntlets do have like magical alchemical like acid vials on them, just in case that does anything. So they are being absorbed with my hands.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. I think because I've got like it basically by its other portion of existence, so I'm just trying to like plunge it with the fucking staff to like try and like shake it loose.
Maybe just do tug of war with me and the staff.
Basically.
Okay. Give me a strength check.
Wait, no. Fuck you, D&D Beyond.
Beyond.
World Anvil has been...
Oh my god, well, if you don't roll on that one, you will succeed, so...
This might be the only way Don lives.
It might be, oh my god, the dice hate me for
please.
that.
Hey, I didn't roll a 1, I rolled a 3.
You pull the business end of the stick, giving a quick yank as hard as you can. You hear as the ripping of flesh can be heard as Dom's gloves tear from his palms. Because assumedly, Dom, your palms are up, like face up towards the creature. The creature's kind of in your hand.
I was cupping it like it was kind of liquid in my hands.
The leather that wraps around the palm of your hand and your fingers tears along with your skin. The top layer of your skin seems to tear off with the creature and towards it as the Eider yanks with all his strength. Ned kind of lightly holding you down with his one hand still on your shoulder after patting you down or giving you a pat on the shoulder there for a second. As the thing rips out of your hands, you hear as Eider kind of goes dropping back. Eider, I need a reflex save from you.
Did it remove my dope ass gauntlets? No.
The gauntlets are ruined currently. They do not wrap around your hands currently.
Their acid resistance doesn't save them.
It does not.
From being digested.
20. Okay, you're fine. Thankfully the chunk of the slime staff that has liquidated to an ooze does not manage to smack into you as you go tumbling back, it smacks into the ground next to you. As you sit there with the thing in your hands, seeing Dom on the other side of the room, kind of laying on the ground, their hands slightly bleeding as you look up. All right, I'm gonna jump. Before we get to that, Patter.
This changes what I'm doing, at least. That's good.
I mean, you were saying a prayer, so.
My cool gauntlets. Eider worked so hard on those.
I'm gonna walk over to Dom and hold my hands out to them.
Okay.
As if requesting hands.
I mean, I think Dom is shaken, and part of him wants to attempt to take the gauntlets back because he's in kind of a fight or flight mode. But I think if he catches you in his peripherals approaching, he will, albeit hesitantly, holds out a fucked up hand. For all intents and purposes, Dom's got pretty good pain tolerance because his hand skin just got ripped off, and he's kind of okay with it.
Okay. I'm gonna cast a spell. Dom, which stat do you care about the most out of the 3 you lost?
Definitely Dex. I need that for my monk shit.
You get 4 Dex back as I cast Restoration Lesser and I roll well.
Okay. I was already emancipated and now I've been deboned.
You haven't been deboned yet. No, you're about to be, though. Don't worry. It'll be great.
I don't want to be a chicken wing.
It'll be
please.
Fun. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think Dom, looks at Patter as he starts to feel a little bit of his vitality come back, and is like, I don't think this undoes all that creature did, but thank you.
I can keep doing that, just only so many times.
Patter, as you feel suddenly a warmth over you, you feel your prayer has been answered. And as you do, kind of looking up, coming through the roof as a hole tears open as something comes dropping from the sky where the eye looks down at you, kind of breaking through the wood as Kez begins to kind of grimaces at that, and as continues his ritual, the roof pulls itself back together, mending completely as it does. Down falls in a clattering of smoke and noise. Wolf, would you like to introduce your character? If Wolf is here, he may not be back yet. Oh, so sorry. 1 moment. All right. As he kind of coughs up smoke, go ahead, Patter.
I'm just gonna keep healing the hands.
Okay. Go ahead and roll again to heal the rest of Dom's hands.
Yeah, that's 3 that time.
There you go, Dom.
I get your dex back.
My dex is... Yeah, my dex is back to normal. I am still screwed in my strength and the con, but Dom looks much happier, other than the fact that his cool gauntlets are missing.
1 more point that time to your strength or con, so I mean...
They're not missing, they're just ruined right now, aren't they? They're just broken?
Yeah, they're just ripped.
Yeah, you still have
they're
them.
on
just
my
broke.
hands. They're just.
Yeah, it's so like
okay.
when you lift
I
your
thought the
hands up off
thing-
the ground, Dom, the backs of them kind of fall, or like the parts around your hand kind of fall because technically they do. The way they're designed is to act like gauntlet, like horse riding gloves. So like they'll still have a thing that
Yes,
wraps around the
yes.
wrist. So it's
I
just
thought
basically
that
like
the
a shoe without the
slime-
bottom.
I thought that basically Dom's hands had been pulled out of the gauntlets and the gauntlets were still in the slime.
No,
Okay,
no,
that's
just
different.
the
Dom's a lot less upset then.
the skin
Magic
on your
items that could be
palm
fixed.
and the bottom of the palm of the glove, or both gloves were torn completely. So.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just dealing with a very freshly skinned hand.
Okay, cool. Then Dom's a lot more happy to let Patter fix his stats, but he's keeping an eye on that staff because, goodness.
No worries. As Patter continues to kind of show you, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm rising up through smoke. Did I?
As you just as the last thing you had seen as you're running through the town, watching these giants like rushing towards the this portion of the town, seemingly unabashed as they cut down guards that are just standing there, cutting down individuals. You were running alongside, avoiding their vision being seen, and then suddenly a glow of light just appears in front of you as you fall into yourself, falling out of the sky, looking down at a church and fall through the roof, falling down onto some pews and almost breaking into what you now see as you look around. A dwarf, or a snowbeard, a couple of giants, this other giant standing by a lectern causing a massive spike of magic just shooting up into the air from it as he seems to make a prayer, and then a small mouse folk kind of standing there healing over one of the giants whose hands have just been torn to hell.
Oh, I'm okay.
Who the hell are you?
You see a very little, four-legged, creature. There is no body. There's no torso. It's just four legs and a brain.
Oh.
Oh.
God damn it.
And the screaming that you heard as he entered, and then him saying he was okay, you heard telepathically.
Oh my gosh, it's a little
Kind of
brain
looks
dead.
around. O-M-Z.
This is a very weird day.
Imagine Eider kind of pinching himself to see if he's in Abaddon again, just to make sure this isn't another dream sequence where he fell for.
Oh, I'm not taking my fucking eyes off this bonus.
Alright, fair.
Look over to Eider. You. Are you the dwarf I'm looking for?
I am the only dwarf in this room, so maybe.
Incredible. A blessing from my lord. I have a message for you.
Just kind of like
do you-
slowly nod.
Do you wish for these others to leave?
Is it
My
private?
telepathy is a little strange. I haven't learned to broadcast to just a single person yet.
All right. I will take your word that it's something I should probably hear alone, strange creature from the sky. Ned, could you come over here, hold the staff to make sure that this thing doesn't move?
I'm not gonna lie, I don't really want to be anywhere near that thing.
Well, it's better to have the business end of it so that it can't move towards you, Ned.
Kind of look at it. What is that?
Bonus.
As you hear
What?
something speak up, as you look around, not seeing any creature, as it kind of takes you a moment to see this small 1 foot tall glowing light down towards Domnander's hands as they seem to be healing the hands over.
You're smaller than I am.
Yeah,
Hello, little man.
I'm Patter.
And the land that I come from, I'm the smallest there is. This is very good information to learn.
I think I'm the smallest there is of anyone. So,
Wow. Wow, I have so many questions. But later.
I
Come
guess
with me,
I'll just
Mr. Dwarf Man.
Yep, I guess I'll just step outside
Yeah,
carrying.
they're still
the giant
carrying, kind of like
bonus.
dragging the bonus behind
Thanks,
you. Like,
Really helpful.
Dom is just so bewildered, but he's still recovering from almost being absorbed. So yeah, he's not offering to take that staff, and he's just watching the brain with just this expression of someone who's like, fuck it. I'm not reacting to this. Too much has happened. I don't have the capacity. Sure, this is a thing now. That's like the exact expression on his face as Patter's just like, have I healed any more points, by the way, Patter, or was it just the...
oh, I can keep casting if DM lets me.
yeah, you can keep guessing, that's fine. Just keep
Okay.
rolling in the background.
Ned
Well,
is so terrified of that thing he steps out of Ider's path when he comes by.
Yeah.
Wide berth.
Wide.
I will say, as Ida, as you start turning, kind of like Dom seems to kind of set themselves up against one of the pews and kind of getting out of your way as you start dragging this thing out with you, like a dude with a heavy sack basically behind you, as it seems to cause the wood that it touches to turn from a rich, almost brownish red that seems to almost glimmer in the torchlight to this brown and almost lifeless color of death and decay on it, as the wood seems to lose its lacquer almost as you walk by dragging this thing across the ground. Kez seems to frown slightly as his head seems to turn, even though his eyes are still closed, and like seems to just give a shake of his head and then goes back to his spell.
Everybody's a fucking critic.
As Idar gets a taste of the James experience. As you step outside, though, you do notice along the stone wall and like at the edge of it, you do see what looks to be giants standing there, all different shapes and colors, kind of standing on the edge, watching, staying in these shadows where this almost light shield that you see kind of glimmering in the darkness seems to kind of push out to the edges of the walls of this church. The giants themselves, as you kind of get a look, you count a total of, at first, only 5. Yeah, okay, making sure I was doing my math here. As you take a look, you notice the first being of huge, almost of the same size as Utham himself, or the Radiant Utham himself, with bright purple skin, wearing heavy plate, and carrying what looks to be a large bastard sword in his hands. Another looks to be this massive stone giant that looks to have these strange earthy spikes coming off of it, no shirt on but heavy leather breeches, the claws on the creature ready and dripping already with blood. A shorter, what you realize is about medium looking creature that looks to be almost with a kraken-like maw, and a turtle-like appearance. The creature looks like an overgrown kappa kind of standing there looking over at you as it does so. The last one is as you catch a large, or sorry, the last one, but the next one you catch, it looks to be a large green-skinned giant wearing heavy wooden armor and carrying what looks to be a massive bow on his back, almost the size of what you guess to be similar to a scorpion. And then, of course, the last one that catches your attention is a frost giant that looks to be carrying a great axe on his back and wearing a heavy chain shirt with Lithotaras, not the holy symbol, but the what looks to be a sacrificial tower like marking on their armor that they seem to wear. All 5 of these individuals seem to stand just right on the edge, watching you, not doing anything, not moving.
I wonder if they're dumb enough to touch the ooze.
as you step out with,
Uh,
let me pull up your name again.
those are some. Yes.
Yes, Chastiacus?
Chastiacus.
Chastiacus, okay.
God damn.
Yes. My master has a theme in naming his subjects.
Interesting. Slightly melodic. Who's your
Uh,
master?
I would agree. Well, you know, Eider, walk with me.
As you
And
look about,
do I
Eider,
have to
saying the
kind
shield.
of quadrupedal brain stands up on its two hind legs and crosses its arms behind its brain back, as if pondering.
I will say,
Um,
Eider, as you get worried that he's going to walk out into the darkness, he seems to immediately take a hard turn into the graveyard and starts walking over that direction as you kind of breathe a little bit of moment of relief.
Can we do
as
more of a
much as a
metaphorical walk? This
brain
thing is damn heavy.
without a neck and head
Yeah.
he will just nod quietly at the giants who are behind the.
As you do that, hearing Eider kind of struggling, dragging this thing as it's pulling the dirt with him, he's just basically tilling the ground. Go ahead.
You know, Master Eider, in this life there are many ups and many downs. And it is with great regret that I must inform you I am here to deliver quite possibly one of your lowest lows in your life. So I need you to brace yourself for a second. Are you braced?
Yes.
Brace harder.
Like, grab
I can
the staff
sense that your
tentatively
butt
harder.
cheeks are not clenched.
I clench them out of, like, fear that something is going to enter them, but I clench them nonetheless.
It is with my greatest condolences and my deepest apologies that I am here to inform you that my master Zebril can no longer be your friend.
Oh. Why not? What happened?
You are marked for death by a being that, in my master's words, he wishes not to fuck with.
Well, yeah, but I've got like 3 of those, probably.
Yes. 2 was all right. He was willing to risk the friendship. 3 is his limit. This is a toxic friendship at this point.
Well, that seems unfair. I haven't actually, like, unloaded any of this onto him.
No, of course not. And I'm not here to judge fairness or unfairness. I'm here simply to deliver a message. He did ask me to deliver one final gift, a parting kiss on your forehead. I have no lips, so if you'll bend down, I'll just kind of headbutt you.
All right.
Hmm.
Just kind of like nonplussed, like not wanting to offend the dragon and its weird fucking brain monster.
As you feel a bump on your head, you immediately find your mind taken almost somewhere else. As Ned, Dom, and Eider, you find yourself torn away from your physical bodies almost violently as it's disorienting and physically you can feel and see your bodies kind of vanishing in the distance from you as you are torn into this almost dark space of nothingness. And as you are, a few beings sit in front of you. 5, in fact, that seem to patter as you see this. You notice that the individuals seem to almost drop the 3 of them as they do, their bodies seemingly going unconscious as you realize and feel the warmth coming over you of exactly what this is. But to Dom, Eider, and Ned, this is the second time this way it is. It's actually, I think, the second time just today. Because technically, we haven't made it past that same day yet.
Nope.
It's a long day.
You see 5 shadowy beings kind of sitting in these darkened chairs sitting in front of you. A large table kind of set out. What looks to be paces of papyrus kind of laid out, and some ink, as well as some feathered pens kind of set out. A few of them seem to be writing things until a figure kind of pushes back and the shadow seems to dissipate from around them. The room turns to what looks to be a large market, almost as if you're sitting in the front of a market stall. The shadowy figure is now taking on the appearance of merchants handing coin and merchandise off as they laugh and giggle with customers. The individual who steps forward looks to have this dark black skin, almost of obsidian, a bright white beard, and beautiful golden eyes that seem to glimmer, long flowing white hair that seems to go down to his shoulders. His beard itself seems to be kind of intertwined with bits of gold and gems. The rest of him looks to be made up of a green silken merchant's attire, a little bit of a puffed shirt, a collared shirt, what looks to be the finest and most expensive silks used to provide the shirt and pants. His shoes, as you realize, are made of dragon scales that you recognize as something similar to an ancient dragon of some sort. They seem to glimmer with a reddish color as they've been polished multiple times, it appears. And as the individual kind of steps forward and leans back against the stall that seems to appear behind him where the table was, and he looks at you lot as he speaks and goes, "You know, in all my time," as he speaks in common, "I have never seen one group manage to get the gods' attention so many times in a single flippin' day. Honestly, it's an impressive feat even for my time. You lot must be either, trying or really interested in getting involved with a god." Oh, you can speak. Please do feel free. Where are my manners? Well, shoot, what would you know me as in this day and age? Call me the Golden God, God of Greed, the Golden Smile, Mr. Gold. We'll go with Mr. Gold. You know what? I like the sound of that.
Gotta call you Mr. Beard, because that is a hell of a good beard.
I do appreciate this. It's not often many people recognize the hard work that comes with getting the gold in there and making it so it's thick enough that it holds the bindings. They don't make those gemstone rings small. You gotta have a thick beard to pull this off. These mortals these days just don't truly understand it, so I appreciate that. But, my beard aside, I hate to be the individual who does this to you, because I, too, was once mortal myself, and understand how much the gods can truly be a hassle. And with you having that item on your belt there, good Eider, I can't help but be concerned for your fates. I mean, you pissed off one god that wants you dead. Technically, my compatriot that sits behind me is looking at you like you should be dead. And technically, by his law, you are rightly dead. And then, of course, the missus over there, she's, as he points to another shadowy figure that seems to have turned into a normal merchant that each of you see as a different individual. To those who are giant, they appear giant. To those who are Snowbeard, they appear as Snowbeard. As he kind of continues and goes, "She wants to keep you alive, says that you're destined to continue everything. I personally think it'd be funny as all hell to put a bet on everything and see where you come out. But, unfortunately, you've screwed up. And you're going to die. And because of that, I've been given the agreement that the 5 of us will offer you something. Now, before you get excited thinking this will be something you get a choice in, I want to make clear, one of you is making a decision today. Because if you don't, you go back down there and you have to fight that creature by yourself, and I promise you the dagger's not going to do what you're hoping for. It'll work, but at the sacrifice of yourself as well. And as I was always taught as a good merchant, you should never expect a accept a loss as the plan in the end. That is not success. Always come out wealthier. So, I'm going to offer you a way of doing this in my old-fashioned way. I'm going to have you either choose between and who's going to make the choice to give up their life, and then or if you can't make a choice, I'll have you draw straws. I know it might be kind of simple when deciding your fates and the fate of all of what's supposed to happen, because truly, if you don't make the right decision, this could all go, well, let's just say it won't be profitable for anyone. So, and I can't tell you much more, otherwise the missus will smack me for it. So, with that in mind, I'm going to offer you these introduce you to these 5 people. And once I have, you can choose who will make the deal and who will do what. Otherwise, you can choose not to, but I promise you, you go down back to that plane, and James is going to be the one who ends up suffering for it. I know, as he looks over to Domnander and Dead, and goes, you two may not remember the individual, but you'll understand what that means in time as your souls are forced to watch this go on. Now, without further ado, allow me to introduce myself proper. I am Zarius, the Golden God. I am, of course, always happy to offer my services in exchange for, well, the only thing that could equate to this value, your soul. I pitch that to any of you. I am a honest and kind god, no matter what the missus may say, and I am fair, no matter what others may believe. You will always be given a price. I don't care which of the 3 of you offers it, but I offer my services to get you out of this situation and my backing. If you manage to convince me that your soul is worth it. So he kind of takes a second and smiles at that. You see his golden tooth kind of glimmer at that. As it begins to glimmer and shine, he vanishes. A second figure appears in front of the 3 of you, and the room begins to change to a dark cave that you begin to hear the water in the background kind of dripping from, the whistling of wind come through. Nothing seems to stand in front of you, only darkness as you sit in this chair, though now you find your arms and legs bound to the chair, and as you struggle to move, something seems to almost unnaturally appear behind you as you feel the coldness behind you. A light couple of fingers kind of rushing across the back of each of you as the creature moves in between, continuing to stay behind as it speaks. You hear the creature speak in almost a dwarvish accent to its common that you catch very clearly. A light orangish glow kind of seemingly appearing from behind you as the creature seems to move from behind each of you as it speaks in a light whisper, just loud enough to echo. I will offer you everything you desire. Not for your souls as the others will ask, but only in exchange for releasing me from my torment. I, who have done nothing wrong, ask this simple favor, and you will no longer be bothered by the creature that hunts you. The creature dissipates and vanishes as it states this, the atmosphere changing to a flowery field of white daffodils and roses kind of blowing in the wind, a bright green grass kind of intertwined, the skies a bright blue, and the weather quite nice. The chairs now almost a comfortable nest that seems to wrap around you warmly. As a female seems to appear in front of you wearing this long drooping white toga, long blonde hair that seems to float in the wind, and that as it seems to blow by, her eyes that seem to glimmer a bit of green, almost like emeralds, as she looks on at you. She smiles and speaks as in her hand she holds a time dial. She seems to flip it. Not here. I'm trying to remember the word here. Give me a minute. I don't remember what the term is. What are those things they use in for cooking when you turn it upside down and it lets the sand flow through?
Hourglass.
Thank you. I'm sitting here, I'm like, wait, what is it? I can't think. All right. As she holds an hourglass in her hand that seems to have golden sand that glimmers as it kind of turns over, and she speaks. She goes, in exchange for your service, I will grant you anything you desire. You will serve my cause and my people, and you will defeat the putrid beings. I offer all of this and more if you will offer up your service. She kind of smiles and gives a slight glimmer as she disappears into a bit of sunlight. The next to show up, you see a old elderly fire genasi kind of sitting in this room that seems to almost expand out to a lovely living room. A thick goose-feathered couch, a chair across, a little fire pit off to the side. Each of you kind of sat on the couch. A thing of cookies kind of sat in a plate on each of your lap with a thick thing of what you recognize as milk from your own home countries. For Eider, it is a donkey milk, specifically those that are known to be furred. And then for the giants, this is boar or wolf milk that you'd recognize the taste of. As she looks on and smiles at you warmly, this old wizened woman who seems to wear a very common dress, seemingly knitting, as she sits across to the fire from you in this chair and looks on and gives you a warm smile and goes, in exchange for your safety, I ask that you'll help me in fighting Lithotara. The god that hunts you now deserves nothing but to be put to sleep finally and let its suffering end. I will offer you freedom from it in exchange for your assistance in this. Not to slay it personally, but to help in the fight against it. As she dissipates as well. The last figure to show up is, the room kind of changes to what looks to be a lord, almost the room of a lord. A heavy wooden desk across from you, a couple of suits of armor off to the right, some large bookshelves to the left, a fine wooden floor. As a chair kind of turns, the chairs you're sat in turning into personal, almost comfy, feathered chairs that seem to have been packed up to almost be designer and specifically for nobles. He kind of looks over at you as you see this figure, a dark blued Rakshasa that seems to have a large staff with a skull that at the end that seems to look like a blackened moose's skull, kind of leaned forward against his desk as he turns around and looks at you. His very heavy silken robes kind of flowing down with bits of cosmic designs on them, little stars, the different astrological signs kind of depicted as they move about it. And he smiles as his yellow, very sharp teeth kind of appear, his glimmering eyes appear, and he goes, in exchange for your safety against any god you wish, and every god that you wish, I will offer to do this, but I need only deeds be completed in equal value. No souls given, no divine retribution, all in equal, in all to balance the scales. For this, I ask only that you perform 5 great deeds against for the creature that you wish to see gone. In exchange, you can continue with my services, or you can choose after performing the deeds to break our pact and move on with your life. This is what I offer. As the creature dissipates and the room goes back to the market, Zarius once more standing in front of you with a coin in his hand as he's kind of flipping it. The golden depiction of what you see on one side looks to be almost a beast folk of a boar-like creature kind of standing there, her very fluffiness kind of expanded out, broad shoulders, and it carrying what looks to be a massive battle axe in her hand. A couple of skulls kind of adorning her body, and the only thing that seems to cover anything is what looks to be some piece of leather towards her like midsection. As she kind of stands there, on the other side of the coin looks to be a golden tooth as he kind of flips it in the air and smiles at you. The market all around you kind of going back to a light whisper of a talk as you hear merchant deals going on around you. And Zarius kind of looks on at you each and goes, "So you've heard your offers, and you've heard the chances. What do you wish to do? Who wishes to offer their soul? Or do you wish to gamble and take this opportunity to prove to the gods that you stand alone?"
Well, quick question.
Yes, feel free.
Out of character.
Mhm.
Is there any roll or anything to make to determine if Dom knows who these gods are? Obviously, Zarius introduced himself as the golden god Zarius, but the other figures
Give me
did not give a name. So.
a knowledge religion based on the symbolism of what you saw,
Okay.
and that goes to anyone else who would also like to try and figure out who these individuals
Yeah,
are.
because I would need to know what Dom in character knows as opposed to what I
Oh, yeah.
out of character knows.
I hope you can tell one. They were pretty blatant about who they are.
Yeah, Zarius.
I mean, yes, but
No.
I don't want to metagame in regards to Dom's
Not
decisions.
Zarius.
I'm taking it at
Not
face value.
Zarius. I was not talking about Zari.
I don't have religion, so that's just a plain intelligence.
Okay, good to know.
Shit, only an 11.
Okay. So Dom, you recognize Zarius as the same god that Regan Utham himself seems to be worshipping right now. Seeing the golden tooth kind of catches your attention with the recent change in Regan Utham's own smile. Excuse me. The second god that introduced themselves, you weren't really sure, as you never saw their face, and the orange glow doesn't really mean anything to you. Nothing kind of catches your attention. The third being Elven, kind of lost you, as again, you're not familiar with Elven gods. The fourth you did recognize. You recognized her recognized the feeling and emotion as a similar god to whoever Patter seems to serve, as you felt the same warmth you had earlier. Whether you took notes of that is up to you. The last one, no clue. That last individual doesn't seem to be any creature you've ever met or seen. Before you asked, no, that is not Jakix.
Yeah.
Good question before you, if you were thinking it, but no, that is not Jakix, just to be clear.
It's supposed to be the Lord Alar.
It's totally Alar. Ned, you managed to gather not only Zarius, but that the fourth individual who introduced themselves, the mother that offered cookies, was Blaz-Tara, one of the primordial gods who is basically Litho-Tara's opposite. She is a nature god of healing, kindness, love, basically all that hippie belief, but also with a bit of bite to kill whoever would be a problem to nature. The other one that catches your attention you recognize as the Lady of Time, a supposed elven god that has popped up amongst elven druids recently, and only have you heard about that in your time when you were near Dragon's Crown. Right before you had met up with Kez, had you met one of the individuals who had mentioned her as his goddess, even though he was a druid, which you found quite odd, as most druids don't keep gods typically. Eider, with a 24, that's knowledge religion, correct? Just to make sure? Okay, perfect. You gather not only the Blaz-Tara, you recognize Zarius. The Lady of Time, you're not familiar with her at all. That one doesn't catch your attention. The second one, though, you immediately recognize as similar to the visions noted by others who served Sarazeki, and recognize that must have been Sarazeki offering to be freed in exchange. The The last one, the only thing you are 100% sure on is that creature is not a god and is not a divine being. It has to be something else. Your guesstimation is some sort of fiend, most likely. Given your marking on your neck, this creature's got to have some balls to be willing to take on Cataclysm if it's offering being a fiend itself. Because that means it knows what you are, so... that's the only other thing that kind of catches your attention beyond that. That's what you guys get between the three of you.
I'd be more surprised that like the fiend was willing to fuck with Grandpa,
That's also something
That
else.
too.
because that's a fuckload closer.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of like look at my
Oh.
companions.
Yeah, I was gonna say my apologies for not giving spelling on that. Yep.
Thank you. Just wanted to note for my notes before.
As Eider kind of looks over at you, Ned and Dom.
I think Dom seems very, as usual, distrustful and hesitant. Would it be kind of pointless to sense motive some of those offers because they are gods? Does Dom get the sense that like he's not gonna be able to read any
Give-
of these people?
I'll tell you what. Give me a sense motive. If you roll high enough, I might give you something.
I think he's trying to determine not necessarily the nature of the gods, but the nature of their deals. Like, are they all offering everything out plainly? Are there hidden strings attached? He's kind of getting into
Okay.
that mindset of like, they listed things, but he thinks there's more. So I'm not trying to necessarily like get the nature of gods because I'd probably go mad and die. I'm trying to determine if the deals are truthful and honest, or if they're hiding things.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Okay, that rolled out of the tray.
Tom looking for the fine
natural
print.
20! This is my moment! It's my sense motive moment, 25.
Dom, you're almost 100% you were given everything up front from the creatures for what they were allowed to offer.
Okay.
It seemed almost as if each of them were being limited. Given the power of the individuals that you were able to get a rough sense of based on what they were able to do with the room and how much they were able to affect the room, this being your only way of measuring things, it seemed almost as if Zarius is the most powerful of the lot and seems to be kind of pushing some sort of quietness or a limitation to what the gods can state to offer to you. It's something about this seems almost like a game to the individual to you as you catch on. So while the creatures may not be hiding something from you on purpose, it seems like Zarius himself is causing this, is what you gather.
Okay. No, I think, out of character, Levitus, I think the offer was, we'd get safety off a god of our choosing, but we'd have to do, like, 5 great deeds. Like, we'd have to complete something for him.
For Lithotar, he specifically said 5 deeds of equal value.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought the way it was worded, it sounded like we would have to do like 5 deeds for the god we were getting protected from.
No,
I was
no,
like,
yeah.
wait a
No,
minute.
and
No,
basically
no.
5 deeds for this named by this creature and equal value of how much power he's putting into these the keeping this creature from you.
Okay.
Does Dom get a sensation that anyone in the party seems more willing than others to make the deal, or does Dom get the sense that multiple people can make a deal, or is this a one person only?
You were told outright by Zarius. He said that he expected one of you to make a deal, but that did not necessarily seem to be like an outright rule. So
Okay.
he just said he would make you guys pick one, or you had to outright state you were not going to pick one. So
Yeah.
like
I thought. Personally, I find Blastara's offer to be. I mean, we're already clashing, so finishing the job doesn't sound out of the line.
I'm not
think-
normally one for working for a god, but if there was ever one to be under, I mean, nature and all that.
I think Dom, like, is listening to his party and is taking note, but I think kind of glances over at Zarius, just knowing his, like, association with Utham and kind of curious more about this figure, and will kind of ask, you said you would offer your services in exchange for our soul. When
Well, if your
would you
soil is
collect
worth
that,
it.
what would you do with it? What
Hmm.
what exactly is the specifics of this deal? It's very vague to say you will take a soul. There's a lot you could do with a soul.
To clarify, once more, you have to convince me your soul's worth it. I'm not just offering my services outright for your soul. To be honest, the short one's not got long to live at this rate. Nothing personal, like I'm not telling your future, you just make horrible decisions. Or people make horrible decisions that involve you, one or the other, I'm not really sure at this point. Tall, green, and handsome here is about as innocent as it looks, which is probably going to get him killed. And to be honest with you, I mean, you got more daddy issues than any carnival I've ever seen, so I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure any of your souls are worth my time. I'm just curious to see how you're going to convince me that they are.
What if I could get you souls that are worth your time? In multiple. What would you say to a deal like that? And I will roll a diplomacy if need be. Dom's attempting to pull a little shenanigery here involving his powers.
Let me double check something. What's my
Yeah.
alignment?
Ryder just turns to you in abject horror.
And listen, I'm not saying if this is an honest offer if Dom's trying to pull one up, but he is laying this out.
Or it's just like, oh, what if I offered to skin babies for you?
Hey, I never said I'd skin babies. They could be bad people's souls, or maybe not any people's souls. There's a lot of creatures out there. We don't know.
He kind of tilts his head at you and looks at you and goes, "Oh, Domnander, Domnander, your father figure," as he seems to pick his words very carefully there, "would not be very approving if you offered such an evil option in exchange for something like that. I would recommend not tilting that far into greed. However, I personally would be happy to take you up on that offer. I would even be willing to make you a champion of greed if you're so interested for that case, which would come with many benefits in exchange for these souls you'd be offering up. But I want you to understand, you have to be accepting that you're turning these souls into for damnation. I will torture these things and find every form of greed and avarice that I can tear out of them until there's nothing left. There will be no recycling or moving on. These creatures will be damned. This is a deed that will draw creatures similarly to you. Evil begoes evil, or begons evil, as they say.
If I choose the people, the person specifically who befalls this fate, someone I know stronger than me, someone I know who is worthy of a godlike deity's attention, of a boon so powerful it led to this, and he gestures to himself. If I can choose that, then I am more than fine with this. To leave a deal open-ended on how many souls I would owe you, on who the souls were, that's bad business. But if we write down in our deal, if I choose, I don't have a problem with it. She can rot all I care. And he says this just completely straight-faced. And DM, I could PM you who I'm talking about, but I think you probably know.
No, he kind of takes a second and thinks about it and looks over as he sees Eider seemingly grasping for something and goes, "Are you willing to speak before your friend sells away his soul?"
I think I have something that might interest you. Something I think benefits us both to an immense degree. There are souls that I don't think you could possibly find resistible, that are conveniently housed in 9 items,
He
which
smiles.
each possess the capacity to create far more trouble on our plane than yours. And the trouble is that they're very difficult to get rid of. But value-wise, I think they might be up your alley.
And one of us has the potential to ensure the souls are well kept till delivered to you. And I'll kind of give Eider a nod as Dom kind of joins in on this deal. Like, oh, this is a better idea.
Zarius kind of looks with a smile. You see his teeth are kind of glimmering and looks over to Ned and goes, Young Ned and Grass and Trees, what do you say to this? Are you in agreement, or do you have your own mentality?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm much of a businessman and doing deals and such.
Will you offer your soul in exchange for yours and an acceptance with the others? That if you all fail to deliver me at least one of these souls from these 9 items that you speak of, then your souls will be forfeit to my own choice or doing. That is what your compatriots here, as he kind of waves over to Domnander and Eider, are offering. Are you willing to accept this, young Ned, Grass and Trees?
Am I able to pick a different being?
You don't have to pick at all. You can choose not to agree with them. I'm just curious at how much is being put on this side of these scales, if you will. So this is not me trying to convince you to make clear. I wish you only to choose these things of your own volition. I'm more clarifying your position. If you're not interested in partaking in this part of the deal, this will weigh my decision one way or another, but your soul will not be put in danger if I agree to it.
Yeah, I don't think I want to be in this deal.
He nods at that and smiles and goes, I understand. Your future is very complicated. To the other two, as he looks back over towards Domnander and Eider and goes, you two, if you're willing to bet your souls on this, I'm willing to accept and allow Ned to go free without any part in this pact, but if you fail and you do die, that dagger doesn't save you. Your soul is mine regardless. That creature can't intervene, unfortunately. And Domnander, even if you would be killed by Oat himself, your soul would not be allowed to be resurrected upon his death. It would come to me. You would be mine forevermore. If you fail, both of you will be racked with pain that is unimaginable. I don't say this to be kind to you, but I want you to understand the side of the deal that you're signing your souls away to, as he presents the exact paperwork stating basically this and describing what you'll go through if you fail.
Can Dom, like, if the contract's being, like, literally summoned in front of us, can Dom attempt to go in and read to see exactly what Zarius's end of the deal is? Like, is he just literally saving us from this one situation? Because in the previous deal, he mentioned offering his backing, and I think Dom's curious what his backing manifests into assistance-wise.
Yeah, give me a search check while you read through it for specifics.
Yes, we love reading contracts before we sign them. That is a 21.
Oh, Ned's going to turn to Blizztar. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Alright. That is a 21. Domnander, as you look through this contract, kind of reading everything, as it does state that you are the backing described by Zarius describes as the following events. If attacked, assaulted, bewitched, watched, scryed, seen, bothered, farted upon, dealt with unfairly, any sort of dealings that involve the soul, or any such dealings going forth that would involve your damnation, will all be blocked or involved with Zarius himself. Zarius is by no requirement needed, reading the contract verbatim here, is not required as needed to defend you from beings of his equal level, but all creatures beneath his level, he is required to defend you to the utmost of his best ability at that moment.
Okay. Does Dom know if the cataclysm and stuff ranks equal or below Zarius?
Give me a knowledge religion.
Doing so many rolls tonight. Ooh boy.
Uh,
Ah shit, that's only a 9.
9? No, you have no idea.
Okay, so it'd be a guess.
Mm-hmm.
Although I will say, I think Dom is making a like show of kind of reading the contract as Zarya speaks. So if Eider wants to also take a look, chime in.
I just kind of like roll like, I guess like a pen or like something across like the table, like thinking for a moment. Says, honestly, I just need you to help me get rid of the 9.
He looks at you for a second and goes, if you guarantee with your soul as a backing, this is my offer. Those souls will get you bones of their own equal value. I do not just offer protection out of nothing. Understand, everything is in equal value with me. I'm not a god of greed for nothing. If you give me these souls, I'll guarantee my protection, but I also guarantee that in exchange for anything that goes beyond my protection, I will offer a boon or something equivalent in exchange that you at that time will need. Personally, or in the near future, of course.
And what if it was purely mercantile? Good for a service. I give you the 9, you give me the boon.
He looks at you and shakes his head and goes, not in this situation, not if you want help against what's coming.
Cards on the table. I was curious. You said that we had to accept a deal, or you preferred it. But you never said we couldn't accept more than one.
You're correct.
I'd like to posit you this. Forestall your protection, not because of any ill fightings, but I don't like to cheat a deal. I've already promised my soul the afterlife. I don't like going back on those sorts of things. In return, though, purely mercantile business. You get a soul, I get a boon. I rid the world of one of the Mesa Kings. You get to do whatever it is that you want to do with them. And I can seek my protection elsewhere.
He nods at that and goes, 9 kings, 9 coins. Alright. He nods to that, and the contract seems to alter to exactly that as it changes and goes, my protection will not be guaranteed. If you go to the mortal plane and die right after, you will still be stricken for failing in our deal, but your soul will be given to whoever it is owed.
Just kind of nod and say, Dom, you're welcome to seek your protection, I imagine, but I prefer Blestara for such things. I just want a way to get the 9 off of our plane.
Zarius looks over to Domnander.
Yeah, I think Dom's reading through the like contract that like is still his contract, and it is like considering. Can I see what Ned does with Blestara before Dom confirms his?
As you kind of show your hesitation, Zarius kind of nods and goes, I see you're thinking. I would not like to ever have any god state that the god of greed tricks those into deals. I like to corner my prey and force them to sign rather than give them a falsehood. So you'd rather take your time and see what your companions are thinking as Eider and Ned Grass and Trees here have both stated they both would rather meet with one of the other gods. So I will bless you all with a moment to speak with them, as well as a moment to speak amongst yourselves. And we're going to take a quick 5-minute break as the DM runs to the restroom. Alright, cool. Welcome back. Apologies for that quick minute break. But yes, as the party, or as Dominander kind of makes this clear that they're kind of waiting and kind of contemplating. Zarya saying all of this. Blastara kind of takes over the scene as it turns back to the room. The cookies really reappearing. The thick milk kind of still sat there. She seems to smile as she seems to continue to knit away at something. It looks to be a small sweater, almost about the size of Eider as you kind of watch as she works away. The fire kind of crackling as you all feel a nice warmth in the room. She looks up and she just gives a warm smile as her very fiery face seems to give a light glow to it. And she looks over at Ned and Ned Grass and Trees and goes, "Yes, dearie, how may I be of service to you?"
Well, I was listening to your offer, and there's a lot going on in my head. I recently seen some screaming vegetables. I still haven't gotten past that, but
Terrible fate.
if I'm not much for the divine, but what I am for is for nature and the beings involved in that. And if there is a God for that, I would love to assist in stopping whatever the rival is.
She kind of warmly smiles at that as you say that, and she goes, I truly appreciate that, I can't offer my personal championhood to you, young Ned Grass and Trees, as your beliefs are already stricken and instilled with the white tree of rebirth, but I want you to know that I will still protect you and still stand with you when I can, and my people will recognize that of you. With that in mind, though, if you are willing to take up this offer of exchange of your service to destroy the creature that my sister who rots the world, as she no longer understands the balance of what rot once was, I will bless your journey and continue to offer my assistance in your training to become the next leader of your grove.
Also, I met that Patter fellow, and really good guy.
He's
Just
one
had
of
to
my
say that,
He's one of my sweeter followers. He sits with me at the fire quite often, but I fear he's not got many years remaining before he'll be sitting with me more permanently, like many of his kin.
Yes, truly a shame they can't live forever. Ned will kind of turn and look at Eider and Dom. Well,
Eider just
I'm not
turns
going
to Patter and
tell
just looks
y'all
at him sadly.
to make a different decision or what you want to do, but I think if it ensures everybody's protection, this is a move I should make.
I mean, that has some serious upsides for you, Ned. By all means. If you're amenable, Lady Blessed, I'd also like to make a deal.
She looks over to you and goes, "Young Eider, your last name seems still fogged. It seems your own identity seems still very clouded. I must ask, my son, what deal are you looking to offer that I can also hopefully offer you something to discover yourself in the process?"
He looks down, like frowns, like kind of like taken aback. Definitely wasn't expecting that. Says, much of my upbringing has been helped by a group of people. Most recently, one of them has been lost for a time. Could you bestow upon me the help of the Captain Bison in return for help against Lethutara?
She kind of takes a second and goes, "His soul isn't mine to command, but I imagine I can see if I can gather his interest and send him your way. I see no reason why not. In exchange for your service to rid this world of the rot, I hope you understand that this isn't by any means a small thing to be asked. I want you children to understand what the rot truly is before you are willing to sell your soul, as there are 3 creatures in this world that currently stand to continue this rot that you will be forced to go after. And I want you to know that these creatures are not easy. The first of your tasks is a being that I don't know if you are prepared to fight. A creature to the far north. A dragon that is slowly finding itself rotting at the core and breaking away from what it means to be one with us. Shut up. He went, oh, I thought that was to me. I was like, wait a minute. She continues, she goes, the creature that you'll be going after is a hellfire worm in the far north. Now, don't expect you to kill it. I understand your own abilities, but you will be assisting another group that is going after it. This creature is burning everything and has been the greatest cause for why my followers have lost most of their position and power. If this creature is defeated, I believe that will allow a new age of growth to begin and begin to push the rot further back. The other 2 creatures I can only describe in slight. One, a dragon to the far east or far west that none wish to touch and will slowly cause a sickness upon the world, continuing to harpen even more of what we will see, what is to come. The last is a figure that, unfortunately, as I can see, you're already all marked by, as the marks on each of your necks begin to glow. And she continues and goes, that creature's followers will be the last pillar of the rot taking the world. If the 3 of them can be defeated within a decent time, I believe that we can stop this rot and create a balance back to the world. Allow my sister to rest once more and a new primordial goddess to be born from her falling. Understand that I ask you this when I have a being who serves me capable to command legions and take down leaders of empires, and even she is not capable of defeating and dealing with these creatures. I don't wish to offer this to you without the understanding of what you're walking into. This is a heroic tale that you'll step into that will see your lives changed forever, and not necessarily in a good way. But if you all accept, as she's still knitting away now, kind of working on the second sweater, now looking about to be dom-sized. If you accept, I will give you my protection against Lithotara, and I will keep her followers from attacking you while you are in King's End. Once you leave the city, though, you must find your own path.
Well, we're already set to clash with Cataclysm no matter what. I hesitate to balk at the rest.
But you would only grant us protection here and now, and not after.
I can gift you the only protection that my followers are gifted, and it is the most that my ability will allow, given you will not become true followers of mine unless you now swear yourselves to me. That does offer your souls, but I do want to make clear this is not me asking for them. But without that, it's hard for a god to give power beyond their station. So only this armor, she kind of holds up the sweater for you, Dom, and kind of hands it to you, handing one over to Eider, and then kind of seems to pull one out from her side cushion and hands it over to Ned. They are all big, pink, and fluffy. Each of them having a different colored cat on the center stomach. Ned's is a large-looking dopey Mancoon. Eider has a little what looks to be normal tabby cat, just looking inquisitively with its black and gray stripes. Dom's looks to be a orange, almost Garfield-looking like cat, kind of staring off into space.
Not the dumbest cat color.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, yeah. As she kind of puts these over each of you, she smiles and goes, if you will follow a individual who will serve as a champion, I can give you more, but that's, again, beyond those two requisitions, I cannot offer much more than the minimal protection within town, and these sweaters to keep you warm in even the worst of colds.
They keep me cold in the worst of warms.
Sweetheart, did they drop you on your head when you were small?
I'm a snowbeard. I like the cold.
They don't. Oh, I forget. Snowbeards are still such a young race. I do apologize. Your species has yet to learn. It's figurative, sweetheart. They're necklaces. I believe in your tongue they call them amulets of natural armor.
Ah.
Little slow as she looks over to Ned and kind of like does a little like crazy circle and points over to Eider with her other finger.
I hold my fingers up like the little bit symbol.
I vouched for you, Ned. I vouched for you so many times. You're gonna do me dirty like this right in front of me.
You also killed the goslings. I don't forget.
Damn.
Tara kind of
That's
smiles
incestuary.
and gives a little giggle at that and goes, "Oh, boys, please do settle down. Do not fight around the fire. I understand your stricken nature, not inquisical nature. It's not often creatures of this world offer kindness, and being concerned of things is a good thing in this day and age, especially when you travel with one so innocent and one so clouded in caution." And she looks to you, Eider. I understand where you come from, but please also understand I would not offer you something that would cause you a detriment. I understand what a snowbeard is. I have quite a few of you following me.
I was just hoping for something that would keep me cold. I didn't think it would be a detriment.
She seems to giggle at that and goes, she kind of lightly seems to extend her hand, and her arm seems to almost unnaturally extend across the table and seems to lightly pat across your head. It is warm, but it is stiff, and it's kind of weird as her forearm has just gone to like almost 10 feet long.
I just like watch as like this like blatant body horror fucking unfolds. As she pats
Yeah.
me from like 20 feet away. It's like, ah!
The hand pulls away slowly. She kind of continues and looks over and pats Ned slightly as well as she does the same and goes, "Understand now, if you're willing to take this, it will protect you, but those necklaces will give you a representation of my symbol. Those who follow and serve me will recognize you as servants." We'll use a word for it of my own due diligence, but you won't be recognized amongst the church, nor will you gain any respect amongst my followers. That is what I offer in exchange. I do apologize again. It is hard for a god, even of my power and abilities, to offer much beyond those who serve and have sworn fealty, sworn their souls to us. the gods above do not agree with our influences on the world. As is, I already struggle to allow my influence to maintain. But she looks about each of you.
Oh, to each his own. I honestly just want to see my friend Captain Bison again.
I can offer that, though. I can provide this Captain Bison, but in a way that will benefit all. She kind of smiles at that and goes, to Ned, you only asked to fight the rot. I assume you ask nothing else in exchange, or would you ask of me something?
I mean, you already said you can't do much with protection, but that was really the main thing, just any protection you could give. Any help you could give with growing the tree would be awesome.
I can offer an assistance with that. There is a material, a blackened mud that they make only amongst Dragon's Crown's Academy, the Nine Towers of Magic, as you've probably heard it called. In their vaults down below, there is a material that would offer you exactly what you are looking for to grow this tree even further. Combine that with the rocks you've been told, and that should get you to the third stage of the trials that you have been tested with.
Gotcha.
She kind of lightly smiles with you and pats you again on the side, on the shoulder, and kind of looks over finally at Domnander and goes, "Now, young Domnander, while Eider and Ned Grassentrees enjoy the cookies, what do you wish to know? You seem to have a inquisitive mind and seem concerned not only for your own well-being but for your companions."
Well, it is only natural I am concerned. No one does anything simply out of the good of their heart in this world. There always is a price to pay. You claim for your deal, it is just helping you in fighting a mutual enemy. I do not think it is bad of me to have doubts. It is so simple. Nothing in life is so simple. And yeah, Dom has not eaten the cookies. He has the sweater, but he's definitely not put it on. It's just kind of been observing the other party members like making their deals, kind of like keeping his eye on the goddess, and is very much in the way he always is, highly suspicious.
You are concerned and worried that I would do something for free, but yet I have named my price to them. I've asked them to take out the pillars. I've told them exactly who these pillars are and clearly shown what the danger is that they'll have to achieve. Your friend Eider understands the complications your past has already shown to provide and the complications that he expects in the future. A wise leader takes an option when he sees one. And since this was your enemy of my enemy, or the enemy of my enemy is my friend, well, it benefits him even more. Ned, well, you got to understand, many druids believe in the idea of removing unnatural rot. There is rot. We accept all forms of natural disasters. Even death is part of nature. But to unnaturally rot and to force one's will upon another is not nature. I grow weaker when nature grows weakened. My benefit to my interests is only to see that nature grows stronger. No more, no less. It's understandable that you're inquisitive, but please do respect my position and what I stand for. I am not an evil god by any means, even if I stand by the belief of harming those who harm others. For nature grows spikes for a reason.
That I can respect. I am not a druid. I am no practitioner of nature magic, but I have spent a good chunk of years briefly and recent in the wilderness. I have come to respect nature in its fair but calloused ways. I do have a question. I do not doubt your offer as being dishonest. Not doubt. I am curious the specifics, as always. In order to be granted this freedom out of the town, this protection, this acknowledgement from your followers, do you only ask for our help, our sworn help, in defeating these pillars, or do you demand that we ensure they are defeated? You must understand there's a difference in promising we will lend aid and promising we will bring victory.
As I stated, I do not ask of you to kill a hellfire worm, nor do I expect you capable. I don't expect you to have the ability to take on a dragon that is unbeknownst to any amongst the world, even to this day. Nor do I expect you to take out an entire organization single-handedly with a swing of your blade, or in your case, a swing of your fist. I want you to assist in their destruction. Cracking the pillars is easier done by less capable individuals because no one suspects them. Let the champions, the gods, and those who rule put their lives on the line. You make sure the individuals show up. You make sure the individuals are annoyed. You ensure that they don't disappear randomly. No more, no less.
I think Dom kind of takes that and glances at the other party members and sees that like we're all kind of united on this and sighs, still eyeing the sweater, the pink fluffy sweater with this dead like no thought behind the eyes orange tabby on it, and goes, well, you're not asking for my soul. My allies trust you, and we have mutual enemies. I will not swear to you any fealty or following, but you have my hands in the effort of taking down this rot, which I also would like to see removed for, as you said, harm to those who harm us. And kind of nods his head.
She smiles at that, and as you say yes, you see as the room starts to dissipate, the shadows start to dissipate, and you find yourself back in the room with Patter. Eider, you find yourself again standing, or kind of like knee or face deep in what looks to be grass, the kind of staff leaning on your side, as the Chaticus. I think that was it, right? Yes, Chastiacus. I'm never gonna get that right.
Astyaicus.
Chastiacus.
Yes.
There are certain Roman names that work. That one, I don't. The Iacus. Iacus makes sense. Iacus, I don't know where you got that part. But no, as you, the Chastiacus, as you suddenly, just like a blink of the eye, you see as Eider seemed to just drop to the ground. You watch as you kind of lean down, look at him for a moment, kind of making sure he's not dead. His eyes seem to flutter awake as his body starts to move about. Patter inside the church, you see his Domnander, kind of their head in a pillow, suddenly seems to kind of blink awake. Ned over off to the side, suddenly kind of getting up off the ground after falling down from passing out. Each of them.
He passes.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. What's up?
I just wanted to say, as he passes out, because I didn't want to interrupt any of the god dealing shit.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to just send a little mental note to my master to maybe inform his ally's vassal, aka Og, that some shit's going down, in case he doesn't know.
Okay.
Like in his city.
Yeah.
I imagine he probably knows, just because I'm here and am seeing this shit doesn't mean that Og is. So
Sure.
figured I'd send that out.
As you kind of send that out, moments later, you see, or only a few, like a breath later, as you see a glimmer of glowing wooden beads seemingly kind of appear around Eider's neck. Patter, you recognize similarly Domnander and Ned have similarly wooden beads with the small jar of dirt necklace at the end of it, kind of appearing around their neck. Each of them slightly glowing. Each of you can add a amulet of natural armor +2.
Fuck yeah!
Oh hell yeah!
New friends.
I have like a fucking kaleidoscope of holy symbols by now. I have been
Yeah, you're really banking on everything, buddy.
I have been collecting so many of them.
For those who are double checking or need to know what that is.
Hell yeah.
As you kind of like put it next to the other holy symbol at this point. Eider, how many holy symbols do you have? I guess that'll be a question for a post session we'll need to take a look at. I am kind of curious about that for something later. But as you all kind of find yourselves fluttering awake, Eider, as you look about, the staff still in your hand, the half of it still kind of this ooze, it hasn't moved or done anything, just kind of sitting in the dirt. Chastiacus got this time. Cool.
Yes, killed it.
You notice as soon as Eider's body starts to move, as if he's seemingly starting to get up, the giants around the area and the dark shadow seems to dissipate. The giants seem to like back away and seem to slowly disappear into the side streets of the buildings and then disappear completely out of sight. As the shadows vanish, the eye above seems to dissipate as well. The glimmer of light still seems to go around the church, as you can still hear Kez praying inside the church as he's continuing his consecration and re-sanctifying the church. But otherwise, the dark aura around the place seems to have completely dissipated.
A blessing from my lord.
Right after you sent this to Zebril, so kind of giving me the idea maybe
Yep.
Zebril did this. As Eider, you flutter awake, Ned, Dom, you all flutter awake. We'll jump to Eider and Chastiacus first.
I'm just kind of like,
My lord is loving and masterful. He is full of mercy. You have been spared this day.
yes. He very much is a wonderful and dear person. Could you perhaps intercede minorly on my behalf? I am loath to part with this friendship. I understand if it's not a transactional thing. I don't particularly need that, but I mean, you've met your lord. To
Oh
have
yes,
a
many
friend-
times.
To have him as a friend is just, words can't describe it, obviously.
Of course. We are one all the time. I understand how much of a blessing it is to be in his constant psychic presence.
I think perhaps we have much potentially to learn from one another. I only ask that perhaps he keep that open as a possibility as I deal with more of these frightful misgivings.
Chastiacus is going to take a few moments to speak with his lord as I, Wolf, decide if I want to keep things open with this guy.
Hey, that sounded pretty charming to me, not gonna lie.
It sounded pretty charming.
All right, yeah, as you kind of take a moment to contemplate, we're going to jump away from you to Patter, Domnander, and Ned inside the church. Domnander, as you find yourself kind of waking up, you feel the pillow on the side of your head where your head would have bounced off the ground after passing out.
Good morning.
Did you bring this? As Dom is sitting up, and I imagine once again towering over Patter, even though he's sat down and kind of looks at this pillow.
Yeah, it was a struggle to lift your head, but
I
like-
can only imagine.
Ned like rubs the side of his face.
Mhm.
I really gotta stop passing out in public.
I'd agree.
Oh.
Well, Pater, seems your benevolent goddess has seen fit to help protect us in our time of need, and it seems we may be seeing more of each other in the future. And Dom kind of like picks up the jar of dirt necklace and inspects it on his person. Just kind of looking at it.
As you look inside it, it's just a glass vial with what looks to be like a bit of dirt in it, and as you kind of shake it about, it just looks to be normal brown dirt.
I was gonna say, for aesthetics purposes with Dom stuff, can it be like a sandy dirt, almost like a deserty, like red dirt?
I will say this is just a holy symbol, and the dirt is specifically from a place. So if you take a look at it and uncork it, you will find out what that dirt is. However, uncorking it will ruin the holy symbol.
No, I just wanted for Dom's vibes for it to be fitting his color scheme, but that I don't want to open the jar of dirt. I'm cool with.
If you want to
item
try
working.
it, you could try and ask Patter and
No,
see.
imagine Dom empties out a holy symbol, just like, this doesn't fit my monk aesthetic. No, he's just looking at it and kind of like, I know he didn't go through all the stuff and Abaddon everyone else went through, but he's just like, a lot has happened in one day. I'm still mourning my father's death. Like, just going through the thoughts in his head of all this stuff, and looks at Patter and is just like, Patter, you don't have anything to eat or drink on you, do you?
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Patter, you are a great asset and a wonderful ally.
Wait for this. Let me pull up this bill.
Are you ready for this question?
Yes.
I didn't know I was gonna ask this question, so
He pulls up a sleeve and he has a little wooden bracelet. He starts growing good berries off of the bracelet.
I take this tiny, tiny berry with the tips of my giant fingers, and I will pop one in my mouth.
I will say, despite size, each one is a meal for a medium creature. There's a lot packed in there.
Hell yeah.
As you are kind of sorry, I'm really taken aback what Eider just confirmed. Some really some stuff I have to plan now. Oh my god. All right. I didn't realize we in some trouble. Also, Saturday's gonna have to bite a bullet here for this. Okay. I got something fun planned now for this. But as Patter kind of... Sorry, what were you handing, Dom? My apologies, I missed it.
These, like, tiny berries.
Oh, good berries,
Yeah.
okay.
I'm just doing roleplay.
No, you're good. I didn't catch what you were handing, and I was like, wait, what are you eating? Okay. As you hand them the good berries...
The souls of the innocent.
Oh my god.
Kez continues his casting. Ned, as you're kind of looking about... you notice that your tree now has the second deed or request on it written. I'm going to PM that to you real quick.
Cool.
When Dom mentioned you'll be seeing Patter often, Patter looks down and he's just like, you won't see me often.
Why not?
Well,
You
I only
are
have
a follower.
I only have a couple years left.
Will we not be seeing each
As
other within a couple years?
Patter says that. Patter. You begin to morph.
What?
Oh,
You begin to grow.
Oh,
and a
Oh my God.
and a
It's
glimmer of
becoming Pikachu.
a tree.
Batman!
A tree kind of enveloping you, or kind of envelops you as you mention this. A small sapling and it seems to expand around and grows wider. And as inside Patter, your body begins to morph and change. And as the tree kind of pulls back into the ground and breaks away, you see Captain Bison.
What? My new friend! What have you done to Patter?
am I still Patter or is Patter dead for all intents and purposes?
Patter is not there. Is all that you can tell. It just looks as if you look like Captain Bison. I'm gonna PM you something real quick.
I don't know what. I don't even know if I met Captain Bison as Dom. Dom has no idea what just happened.
Patter starts freaking the fuck out. He's like,
Dom just watches as this cute little creature horrifically dies and is like, yep, the world's a cruel
as
place.
the tree envelops it and then as the tree breaks apart and disappears into the ground once more, a bison pulls out of it, screaming aloud as it does so.
I can't cast spells like this. I don't have hands.
As he looks about, concerned, and like looking around at all of you.
Dom is so confused. He just eats the good berry, watches this happen, and then is just like, I guess he had a little less than a few years left.
Why am I not a mouse?
Calm as reaction as Ned, do you see anything as you see this in the background?
Ned is just wide-eyed, horrified.
As Ned just kind of stares in fear or like on horror at this scene as but Captain Bison bounces around, kicking a few pews. Kez kind of grimacing as he reshifts it back using magic.
You also hear Ned just mumble, I guess the mouse was a druid.
How old is my son?
We don't understand what he's saying, do we?
You do. Captain Bison does speak common.
So you're just like, how will I feed my son?
He is yelling and howling, what have you done? I can't heal anymore because I don't have hands. How will I take care of my son?
I'm just looking slowly at Eider, like wherever Eider's at, like it's the... Dom
I
looks
had
at the camera
nothing to
like
do
it's the
with
office.
this.
You asked for Captain Bison!
I didn't specifically speak the words, hey, yo, fuck Patter. Give me Captain Bison.
Dom knows in his heart of hearts and his sense motive that this is a result of Eider's wish and size as we lose a healer.
Well, Dom is paranoid enough to believe that, I imagine.
I mean, you could probably touch him with your hooves to heal him.
No, I need his fingers to move to cast spells.
Well, as the recipient of your last spell, I am grateful for what you've done for me, and I'm sorry that this has befallen. I do not think there's anything we could do.
I have to prepare Patter the Second. He has to do his work sooner than we thought. Oh no!
Could you imagine finger hooves? Ned's just off in his own.
Yeah.
Don't tell Ned about prehistoric horses. Everyone, don't tell Ned about prehistoric horses.
I found the image of Captain Bison.
I need to see Captain Bison.
Behold
Holy
his
shit.
majesty.
And he's having a mental breakdown. This giant ass bison in this church where Kez is still casting his magic.
God damn it.
Does it still have a jar of dirt necklace? Or is it like on its horn?
Yes,
like,
it does.
what's
It's still
there?
wrapped around. There is no armor on the creature. However, it does have the large billowing cloak going onto it.
That's
I've been
great.
forsaken? Did I do something wrong?
I hate I hate to tell
You
you,
feel your
Pater.
magic returning to you.
I hate to
I
mention it,
look
Petter,
at
but
this,
bad things
this
usually happen
Bison.
to those around us.
My friend, shape changing is a gift where I come from. This is a great blessing. Maybe my lord has blessed you too this day.
I was only supposed to be able to turn into a unicorn.
I think we're outside still. I don't know if we know.
Oh, no,
Bison
we are
basically
outside.
yeah,
had
My bad.
just
one more
kiss,
finger
yeah,
than
sorry.
unicorn.
My bad.
They have
Yeah, no worries.
cloven hoofs.
As Captain Bison / Patter continues to have like a breakdown in the background, Ned and Dom kind of watching this as it goes on, as you kind of see Eider and Shistaic kind of finally coming back around. Eider is still like dragging and struggling with his heavy ooze staff at this point.
Oh my god, it's Captain Bison!
As you look at, sorry, I was reading the chat. Some of that I just saw and I was laughing. I was trying not to laugh here. As you see as you come around the corner, kind of seeing the doors open and see a Captain Bison kind of kicking some pews around, freaking out as they try and cast magic.
Oh my god.
Is he okay? Also, where's
The
Patter?
mouse turned
you do
into
this?
this.
What? Sorry. Who?
Did you do this? Why am I a bison?
Patter, is
He's
that
gonna
you?
lose his.
Yes.
I asked for Captain Bison. I didn't ask for you to be turned into Captain Bison. It was explicitly from Blastara.
I've been forsaken. But
How
why?
so?
I'm not supposed to be a bison. I'm supposed to become a unicorn.
Captain Bison is a symbol of nobility, justice, and apples.
I've got nothing against Captain Bison. I don't want to be a bison.
Well, you could still serve your lord or your lady. Nothing's changed.
Dom just looks at him. He says nothing's changed, and then looks back at the giant
I look at how
bison.
my armor is gone. I look at how I'm a fucking bison.
Don't have hands.
I am larger, which part of my build hinged on me being small.
Look, I had nothing to do with that part, all right? I didn't ask for your lady to do this, but she must have had a plan if this is her will. I mean, you will live. Well, to my knowledge, Captain Bison is technically immoral because he's a symbol and just kind of gets resummoned.
Then why didn't you just get a druid to summon him?
Because I'm not. Well, quite frankly, I wanted to be the shepherd of Captain Bison.
I see. We did not pay the price for this deal, but Pater has.
Someone's
As I
gonna hug
thought.
my fur.
Oh no, they won't. I'll make sure that you're safe. Also, you are a bison. You are still strong.
I have a vow of nonviolence.
I
Just
will
be
do the
careful you
violence.
don't trample your children.
If
Oh,
you've
oh my-
been forsaken, it is up to you if you keep your vow.
I can't go near
But-
my children. I might kill them. Oh my god, he's right. Oh my god.
No, giants
It'd be
manage
very
to be around smaller people all the time.
They
They haven't killed me.
Mm.
I only stepped
I
on
mean,
his foot
I'm
once
very
so far.
mindful where I step when I'm around you, Aether. I'm very graceful.
Also, to be fair,
Other
I would
giants
be a
not so
hell
lucky.
of a pain in the foot.
Yes, your adamantine makes it very, very bad.
I can't. I empathize with your plight, but look at the bright side. You can be a voice of wisdom for your family for generations.
No. My family home doesn't accept outside races. They don't accept I'm not allowed to go back.
And you can run hella fast.
I could run fast before. I was faster than any of you.
Well, now you're much faster than any of us.
I,
Also, you're a bison, and bisons
I
are
don't-
cool.
I don't feel fast.
Well, you haven't tried to run yet.
I feel large and sluggish.
Yeah,
That's
as you
probably
kind
just
of
gas.
as you like move your front leg, you let out a light fart, and like it's the whole body seems to slightly tilt to the right as you do so.
Told you.
Oh no. I don't know what to do.
I think you are officially stuck with us for a while, as I said, so we'll figure something out.
Uh,
Okay.
as Patter kind of like seems to try and sit down and like seems to kind of lean into a couple of pews as he does so, thinking. You can see his mind is like going a mile a minute over everything in his life that now has to change. Uh, his necklace glowing, the cape still billowing in the wind in the background. Um, as we jump back over to Chistiacus to give him a second now that he's come up with hopefully his thought.
Yes. Here is my thought. Eider,
Yes, just I guess.
listen, my friend. My master has thought long and hard. You have so many things that want to kill you, and so many eyes on you all the time. And my master is a being that enjoys having zero eyes on him all the time. um, he has weighed many options and many things that he may or may not wish to offer you to retain this friendship. He has very few friends that, well, that aren't part of us, part of him, part of us, part of our mind. And if I can speak frankly, he doesn't want to lose the few that he has. But you are a great risk to him as things stand. He will retain his friendship with you. But at the slightest hint or inkling of danger for himself or any in his hive, he will abandon you.
Understood. I'm not expecting anything from him at the moment. I just wanted to make sure that we could keep lines of communication open.
Yes, it seems that will remain the case.
The clear sign of the new necklace on him still glimmering here as it does so. You notice Zebra as you see through the eyes of this. There's something, almost a shadow that seems to follow around Eider as he walks. That seems to slightly give a variation to what a shadow should look like. A hand that should be a higher up seems to be lower by its side, but as Eider walks forward over towards the rest of the group to speak and to see what's going on. You're unsure, and you get a strange coldness coming from that shadow. Uh, Patter still having a full mini meltdown as he sits there. But as Kez kind of finishes finally opening his eyes, the glowing glimmer around the room kind of stopping and the holy book kind of finally settling as it closes, he looks over and goes, what'd I miss?
Nothing much, and I begin killing the bonus, just fucking blasting you with magic.
Wait, what?
No, what, the bonus with the blasting diamond?
Well,
You
if I don't
mean
hit
the
blasting
bonus
bonus-
that's extremely resistant to magic?
Hey now, mine's magic, not
How-
spells.
How much magic are you going to pump into this? How much?
Oh no.
Oh, fuck this, I'm not fucking doing this with a cliffhanger again.
You want this to be the cliffhanger? Okay.
No, I'm saying I'm not. Fuck that.
Okay, I was going to ask. Get it on tape now before we move on to next session here. No. As you kind of look at the staff, it's still in your hand. Kez just kind of looks at you and shrugs as he kind of heads down below and begins going about clearing out jars as you hear him kind of moving things about down below, tossing them out beyond the walls as he walks out of the cellar every few moments with them. But either you said you're going to try and hit the staff?
I've got to figure. I have to figure out something to do with this fucking thing. Is there a way to make a blasting diamond inert?
As you look to, are you saying this out loud to the rest of your party?
Fuck it, Dom identified it. I'll ask it out loud. Anybody know of a way
Yeah.
to diffuse a blasting diamond?
I don't know that Dom specifically studied ways to diffuse it so much as trying to study its use, but I'll make a roll, yeah, for sure, to help see if there's a way or a potential way to diffuse it or to at least stabilize it.
Give me a knowledge nature or a we'll say knowledge arcana on this.
Okay. Let me see if I pinned the thing. No, wait. Right. So I thought I pinned something. Okay. Yeah, okay, no, it's just for recognizing blasting diamond. So yeah, this will just be a regular roll. I will do I think I'll do Arcana.
Okay. As Domnender kind of starts to think for a moment,
21.
You see as Patter turns and clumsily starts kind of running out, bumping into a couple pews as he finds his way out the door, vanishing out into the streets. 21. Sorry, go ahead, Ida. I heard you come off mute.
Oh, nothing. I was just preparing.
Oh, okay.
Whatever may come next.
21. Alright, with a 21, as you think for a moment, thinking back to it arcanely, Zilpip never mentioned anything about how to diffuse the items, only that they seem to defuse once they're used. Otherwise, it seems to just be a naturally occurring thing, so there's not really much you can do. Dampening them sometimes seems to lessen the explosion is the only other thing he would have mentioned, which using spells like a sphere of water, or water sphere, I think is the actual specific spell, is perfect for keeping the explosion minute. However, noting that the few blasting diamonds you saw him use were the size of a nickel to do that, and it almost blew up the water sphere that he had summoned. That would be about 12 feet by 12 feet.
Okay, so I think Dom looks at it really hard, kind of messes with his ruined gauntlets, and has this just this kind of expression of frustration, and is blasting diamonds are only diffused when they explode. They are, in a sense, always waiting to explode. Unstable, unsteady, hard to control, hard to predict, hard to craft with. I had ambitions to use them and then realized with my time with Zilpip it would take a lot more risk than I was willing to give. He showed me the ability to use magic, quantities of water, specifically spheres of elemental water, to contain the blast. It still went off, but it captured it. I will say though, the blasting diamonds were much smaller. And Dom will, with his large fingers, show the size of the blasting diamonds from before, so Eider can see. About this big, smaller than a coin even. This thing might very well level most, if not all, the city if removed and set off, and would definitely kill all of us and burn the church to the ground. And he kind of glances at Kez.
World leaders do tend to hunt these things if they show up. Though from what I can remember, it's been a very long time. Maybe our best course to action is just to let Og know.
But Ned, think about the XP we're giving up.
We could attempt to
I
take this
personally
thing.
like my bones.
That's why we're not hitting it.
Put that on a t-shirt. I think Dom seems to kind of consider and is like, if you had a way to remotely set this off, and I mean remotely, from a far distance, we could use this in the tomb for when we run into
There's
whatever we run into.
there is no possible way that I am dragging this fucking thing all the way to the tomb.
Eider's
And there's
arms
not-
are already sore. His triceps are already bulging out because he's been pulling this thing around the entire time.
This thing weighs 600 pounds, and none of the rest of you will fucking touch it. All right?
I out
can
of
get it to
character,
a
I don't
river
think
and we'll
Dom
see.
physically. Well, actually, Dom with his new strength score might be able to pick it up. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, but it's dangerous to like pick it up because then it's.
Oh
free
yeah, Dom
floating.
wouldn't want to go through it. Then the only other option, since we really can't remove it without coming into contact with that ooze, is to do kind of what Ned said. I mean, I don't know much about this Og guy, but he seems to be trustful. I'd rather he knows about it than some random passerby come across the staff, and I don't think you want to finish releasing that thing.
Oh god, no. Tell you what, I'll start dragging it in the direction of a river. You guys get Og.
Oof. That could be done if you think you are not at risk alone with it.
To be fair, if I'm alone with it, I'm just going to point the ooze at whatever is coming after me, and that should solve that fucking problem.
I was referring to the ooze being the risk, but that is very true. If anyone should attack you, I think you one hit with that stick would probably very swiftly end their life.
Oh my darling, oh my darling.
Oh no!
I start fucking dragging it.
Tap dancing.
The tiredness of dragging it through the church one more time. You start guiding it. You hear Kez sighing down below as he begins casting again as he has to mend the church as the wood crumbles underneath it. As you drag it back out. As you kind of go out, you see in the distant cloud that looks to kind of be kind of slow, starting to almost be finite at this point from where Captain Bison or formerly Patter seem to finally get his legs underneath him and vanish. But as you either drag the stick out with half of it being an ooze into the street, where are we going with this thing?
Where's the direction of the nearest river?
Let me get my maps. Give me a moment. I know it's more than a day's travel, and that's by foot, but you know.
Well, upside is I move at the exact same speed regardless of encumbrance. Go dwarfs.
That's fair.
Yay.
Let's see. Let me.
You might just need to leave it on the outskirts.
No, it'll be fun.
The
That
river's
sounds
too far.
dangerous
Or
as
like a
fuck.
nice lake. Is there a nice lake or pond?
Yeah.
Just dump it in there.
Anybody got like a fucking pond?
Actually, no.
Anyone got a pool?
King's End is a port city, so you've just got about a
the ocean!
You have a 2-hour walk to hit the massive river where all the ships come through.
Cool. I do that, and I specifically like try and like take the road that isn't going to interact with people, because I don't want anyone within arm's reach of this fucking thing.
Watch the ooze float when we dump it.
As you start dragging it
Probably.
through the streets, trying to follow the least traveled streets, is Ned? As I say, is Ned Dom following after?
I
Well,
mean,
you told us
if
to
it's
go get
towards
Og.
the, isn't it in the direction of Og's castle
Yes.
though, or like
Yeah.
Og's? Yeah. So we'll escort Eider until we have to deviate.
Right, okay.
Escort and like force any passerbys to
Yeah,
wide berth.
Dom and Ned in the front as these tall, giant bodyguards blocking view of Eider as he like drags the death stick around.
As you walk through the town, it is almost like it's deserted. It is dead quiet. Walking through the streets, you don't hear laughing, talking. The houses that you pass by, the lights are on. You see food, but you see no people inside.
Please tell me there are birds.
Guess what, Ned?
No birds.
No birds chirping, buddy.
Oh my god.
Death comes.
As you kind of head through the streets, it's absolutely dead silent. Even the wind seems to have almost stopped. The heavy rain that was coming down earlier seems to have vanished. Dark clouds overhead still show without allowing the sunlight to go through. But otherwise, nothing else kind of pops off as you continue walking through the streets.
Damn, I should have asked for the death ooze instead of Captain Bison.
I'm just gonna move a little quicker.
It's like a little scampering a little faster, walking a little bit more purpose. And passing by Eider as you do, avoid giving a wide berth to the ooze. Alright. Dom, are you gonna keep up with Eider, stand behind him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I imagine we would be kind of in front just to like push anyone away who like tries
Okay.
to come up on him.
As you
When I pass by Eider, he just hears, "No birds, no birds, no birds."
It's panicking again. As you hear from way up the street, Kesnanok shout, "Hey, I don't hear any birds chirping." As he
Does that mean?
he shouts that down, you lot continuing through the streets, Eider grunting that out as he walks, as you lot hit the crossroad where Dom and Ned will have to go north, while Eider continues his goal east or west.
I just like periodically call out roughly behind me like dangerous material, do not touch, you will die.
As you
I'm like lugging this fucking thing.
lugging it through the streets, no one seems to be in the town. As you continue dragging through, watching the soil die and dissipate of life as the slime drags across it, trying to keep your feet away from it, and avoiding it touching the back of your legs. As you continue to drag the thing. Ned and Dom, as we go to you real quick, heading over off to the north, heading up the main drive where you see the large manor off to the side of what was the once castle, kind of rushing off towards that and through the garden. There's no one here. The building as you get in is absolutely silent. The little side chairs in the main office are completely empty. There's no one sitting at the desk. A sign that says "Be back in 5 minutes" shows with an hourglass kind of flipping itself over, seemingly as it's just filled with sand. As you look about, it's absolutely silent.
I turn to Ned and just look at him and quietly go, whether this is the doing of the goddess to ensure we are protected, or that hordes of angry giants might have gotten into town. But either way, I don't like this. Can I
I'll go
do like
check
some
the
kind of
the
listen?
throne room, and Ned will just book it towards the throne room.
Oh god.
Wait, all right. you kind of go running over towards the back room behind the desk that was set out in the front reception, trying to look in there, taking a little quick peek in there, expecting that to be a throne room. You see a long dining hall table with a couple of chairs about. You look in there, there's plates of food laid out that were just being eaten. There's knives and forks that look to have been just placed, like as if they were just cutting. A chicken leg seems to kind of roll off to the side as you look about. As it's absolutely silent, you kind of looking about for a moment, it kind of catching your attention. You hear something kind of thumping about around the other side of the room, lightly hit, seemingly patting against the wood floor, Ned, as you look about.
Is there anybody in this room?
You hear a cat meow loudly. And then a large, fat, gray mancoon kind of jump up onto the wooden table and seemingly seems to start chewing on a piece of chicken. The creature looks to be about medium size, so about 5 feet in length and about 3 feet tall. This is not a small cat.
Does it look like the cat on my sweater?
As you look down, it does.
I reach out to pet it.
As you walk over to pet it, your hand goes right through, and the cat just kind of looks up and meows.
Does that mean I'm in danger?
It kind of tilts its head at you and kind of looks at you and kind of blinks slowly.
Do I know what that means?
Give me... Sorry, give me a...
You are a druid.
Yeah, give me a diplomacy, or a sense motive check.
Alright.
What the hell?
BRB, I'm gonna go stare at my cat until I can figure out what the fuck they're thinking too. Let's see this work.
I know, right? Gotta be a druid, man.
Got to it. No.
Let's see.
You said sense motive?
Yeah. Oh.
16.
16. As you look at it, the creature seems to be completely oblivious of you and just seems to be surprised that you're here, as if it's shocked as there's no one else around. Also, that your hand kind of just went through it. It looks as if it's confused by that just as much as you are.
Well, I see that we are in agreement. Scratch the back of my head.
The cat kind of sits, and kind of scratches behind the back of its head with its back leg.
I look back down the hallway towards Dom. I think I might be losing it.
Do I see the cat as
You
I
do.
peek in after him?
As you kind of poke your head, you see Ned kind of scratching his head, the cat, or behind his ear, and the cat also thumping at its ear with its back leg.
No, you are not losing it. I also see this cat. It appears to be similar, if not exact, to the one that was on your sweater, which means this is likely divine intervention of some kind. I don't know what the purpose of it is, but it's here. Now I'm debating out of
asked it
character if I
it
should
meant
sense motive the cat.
if I'm in danger, and it just looked at me confused.
Seems to have the intelligence of a normal cat then.
It kind of picks up one of the
does
chicken
Dom
legs
see-
and jumps off the table.
Does Dom see any sign of that Og was here, or that if a fight broke out, is there signs of struggle and destruction? Does this place look abandoned?
Give me
What
a
is
search
the
check.
vibe? Gladly. Oh, that's not a great roll.
Something better than a
Um,
5. Come on, you've got this.
Well, I rolled a 5, but it's an 8 total.
Ah, well, you see a cat. That just walks away
No
with a chicken
way.
leg in its mouth, happily, as it seems to slightly mimic Ned's walk. No. As you look about, kind of feeling the chair where Og would have been sitting, there's no warmth there. It seems almost cold, as if no one's been there. As you kind of go near the other chairs, feeling them, there's no heat. Looking through a couple of the rooms, there's no signs of a scuffle. There's no marks on the ground. And as you kind of head up to the second floor of the manor, looking in the other rooms, opening up the personal bedrooms of the people staying here, one of the what looks to be the personal bedroom of Og, which is very simple, just a mat in the center of the room and a simple statue of what looks to be Regan Utham and a sign next to him that says Regan Utham number 1. Beyond that, nothing else seemingly in the room. As you kind of look about, heading back downstairs and into the library, you see as on a stack of books, a very old and very tired looking orange cat with black stripes seems to be laying on it, just sleeping on top of the stack of books.
Was that the one I saw on my sweater?
Yeah.
Ned, there is another one.
Other than the cat, do I sense any magic around me?
Give me a wisdom check. Wisdom or spellcraft, I'll take either, depending on which you'd rather. Because technically they would do the same, but it depends on...
That's just for saving throws. Okay, so wisdom. Oh, 12.
12. As you kind of look about, there's almost an absence of magic around you. It seems as if you're almost in a... You know how... you ever been in one of those rooms that are completely padded off where you can't hear anything? The soundless rooms?
Yeah.
Basically like that. It feels like almost all of the magic has just vanished. There's nothing. It's just the magic around you. Even the cats do not seem to give off magic. As you kind of look about. However, as you enter into the room seeing the orange cat, it seems to kind of like open its eyes and seems to look at you with the one half closed and the other opened. And just kind of like seems to let out a deep, long breath and seems to kind of stand up, stretch, and then jumps down as the books kind of fall to the ground. A single book kind of falling over towards you, Lot. That as you read, Dom kind of looking down, and Ned at it, the title on it reads, "In Common and in Giant. For Those Who Don't Listen" by Jakix Morin.
Dom will point this out to Ned before I open it and see if Ned detects anything magical with this.
Mousefolk is very upset.
I mean, that's what I'm tempted to do, but I'll call Ned over and see if Ned senses if this is also
Ned,
magical.
as you look down at with your earlier roll, kind of looking at it, there's no magic coming off the book.
I mean, it seems to just be a book.
I'll crack it open, sure.
As you do, kind of like lightly tapping it with your foot and kind of pushing the cover open with it just to not touch the book with your hands.
Yeah, exactly.
You look down, you see the page opens up and kind of flutters to a single page. And as it does, you see what looks to be Eider kind of pulling a stick that looks to have an ooze at the end of it, kind of dragging behind it. He looks tired, annoyed, muttering under his breath something about my party members are assholes who need to learn how to lift. There's a few other minor comments in there about their weaknesses, the lack of any capabilities of strength for being giants. Why is it always the small guy that has to carry the load? There's just a lot of comments in there that you probably shouldn't be hearing. As we jump over to it, Eider, as you're not happy pulling this thing. It's heavy and it's uphill that you're going. As you're kind of saying this out loud, you like shouting for people to get their attention. You hear as a whistling kind of coming from the side streets of one of the houses, as a figure in red silken robes, kind of merchant's attire, short red hair with two small cat ears that seem to stick up, little black horns that stick up in front of that. He kind of smiles as he comes out. He stands about 7 feet tall, and seems to have a very elvish-like appearance, though his skin is gray in color. His ears are pointed, and he has that high elven elegance, but also the high elven arrogance that you would associate most often with elves. And as he kind of steps out, a small little cane in his hand that seems to... The very bottom of it you catch has a ruby gem. The center seems to be made of a black wood, and the top of it has a strange black rock that's been carved into almost like a shape of a microphone with an eyeball on the center of it. As he kind of carries it or uses it to walk, and kind of walks over to you and smiles and goes, "My dear friend, what do you carry there that's such a caution?" I'll step away here. Allow me to keep my distance, as he kind of keeps up next to you.
I just kind of like look him over for more than a few seconds, because one, I haven't seen anybody. Two, this man looks like the most suspicious individual I think I've seen all day. And that's saying a fucking lot.
You've seen gods. You've been to Abaddon today. You've dealt with 5 separate gods. It's been a day.
I just kind of look at him flatly for a moment and say, I have been all over the side of reality, hell, super hell, and everything in between. I swear to God, if you have ill intent, fucking put up or shut up right now.
Was not expecting that. I do.
I'm nothing that people expect, ever.
You do have a large slime that you're dragging in a stick, which I would love to hear the story of. Would you hear, as he kind of pats you on the back, you can add a +2 to your strength, as you feel Augment True Friend go off.
I eat it.
Oh, okay, that's fair. As you absorb the spell, he doesn't seem to acknowledge it and goes, I hope this helps. I'm actually more interested in you for your cousin. I was hoping to get some information about him. If you're interested in causing someone else some pain today, I would be happy to talk to you and keep you company. Give you a few more, maybe some health back. Keep your strength up as we walk.
Looking this guy up and down, because the gray skin really does, is this guy a fucking Lachey?
Looking him up and... have you... I'm just trying to think if you've seen a Lachey yet.
Yeah, I've seen Valthana. I've done, the whole research and everything.
Not that gray in coloration. You can immediately tell from your previous research, this individual is not a Lachey. This seems to be a completely different species. You notice his teeth are very spiky and sharp, which I will state outright, while Lachey seem to have normal, almost humanoid molars most often because of what the creatures can eat. This seems to be more of a predatorial creature, just from a quick glimpse. Though you are right, you would not recognize this species, and this is not a species that is recognized on the world stage, to your knowledge. If you would like to give me a knowledge nature or a survival check, I'll take either to see if you can recognize what this is.
Sure. Well, I rolled a 2, so that's an 11. So likely not.
Yeah, you're 100% sure this is a creature that's not recognized amongst any of the kingdoms and does not seem to be a abundant race. Most likely similar to the elves. It's probably, or a beast, patter. It's probably a race that's not been seen very often.
Gotcha. And he doesn't look like familiar by any means.
The reddish depiction is, you've heard as your party described Jakix a few times, and this sound looks, you can't help but admit they looks very similar to the way they described. Mostly the red and the cat ears on the creature with elven ears on top of that. It's something that's too uncanny not to recognize the similarities. You're not sure if this is Jakix, but if it's not, you'd be damned.
How does the old detect evil go off?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Hold up, I have to double check something.
Probably going off real bad if I were to guess.
Let me confirm one quick thing. Cause that's a good question. I don't remember. Your detect evil is not going off. This individual does not seem to be evil.
Like, give him like a very, very, very guarded look and say, I don't think you've introduced yourself.
Oh, I do apologize. I'm so used to people knowing who I am at this point, and how often I'm wanted by one or another. Jakix Morin, at your service. Of course, not my true name, but the name I carry most often. I've also served under the Golden Heart Merchant Company with one Zarius, if you've ever met the individual, as he kind of bows at that.
I kind of nod as he bows. So 27 for knowledge. So that's a +3. And then $23 to hit. Touch tag.
We were right, Maya. We were right. I was
right. I had a feeling.
Give me a minute. I have to look up something.
Oh, sorry, it's 25.
The way he
I
was
forgot that.
doing that, I was like, this feels like a dramatic attack.
Dude, I was like, is he
but he said a history check.
Shit, that with his flat-footed, that hits just barely.
His flat-footed touch is kind of 25.
Oh, that's touch. Oh no, touch hits. Yeah, never mind. Sorry, I thought you meant flat-footed. I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, that just barely makes it. No, touch makes sense. Yeah.
I was so fucking scared for a minute.
No, if he had a touch of 23,
Hey,
you'd be dead.
guaranteed protection until we leave King's End.
Well,
we're fine.
No, it's worse because it'd be the flat-footed touch, and if that's 25, then
you're not hitting this guy again.
This man is made of something different. I don't know what it is, but it's pure bullshitonium.
As you swing on him, go ahead and 25 to hit. Or 23 to hit. That does 25 hits, and holy shit, 111 damage. Are you just grabbing hold of him?
I just like straight up like open palm with just not powering up the insert and just let out every last bit of spellfire energy into his face as he's bowed.
As you do, you see a hole go right through from top of his head all the way through his spine. Where his spine was, you can see a burned hole kind of as he stands back up, the little bit of smoke searing off of it as he does. As he kind of seems to try and look back at it for a moment and then looks back at you and goes, that was unexpected.
And I try to swing the slime into him.
All right. Take a swing.
Oh no.
As Domnander and Ned are watching this happen in the
Dom's
book.
like, oh no.
I just slowly look over at Dom.
As you do, Ned, you both hear the slamming of the doors in the windows, seemingly as locks begin to click into place, and you realize you're stuck in this place.
Admittedly, I imagine that it's a touch attack with the fucking slime because I really don't need to like hit him with
As you go to kind of like swing around with it to hit him with it, clubbing into him, 15 does not hit his touch now that he's not flat-footed anymore.
Well, it's still the same round, right?
No,
He
no.
hasn't acted.
He
yet.
no that was his action, was him speaking. He just ate the attack and just kept going. As you swing and like twirl around, the thing hits the ground. He kind of looks at you and goes, "Okay, now this is gonna get ridiculous. You're gonna have like your cousin with the goblin bone drinkers, and I really don't want to watch this. Can we just move to the part where you just accept that I'm gonna leave, or better yet, you just hear what I have to offer?"
No. I have been offered deals by way more powerful people today.
That's true. I cannot compare to Zarius himself, let alone the other protections you've managed to pull. Alright, how about this? The holy symbol of your cousin. Hand it over and I won't kill you. Well, rather, I actually don't think you have to worry about me killing. I think you can eat most of my attacks, but the sad news, as he kind of glimmers up a spell, as you see a light spell go off in his hands, and you see it shift and give you a visual of Ned and Dom in a house, kind of like trying to push windows. Dom is punching its shattering acid against it. Nothing is breaking. Ned seems to be trying to get trees to around the house plants around to grow and expand and push the windows out, expanding out the house frame, which seems to not be doing much either. And he kind of looks at you and goes, or Jakix looks back at you and goes, "Now I can kill them right now. Really rather not. I just want to be about my business, and I really only want one thing you have. And it's nothing that's dangerous, bothers you, or is a problem for you. And in fact, I will even give you a pact here and now that I will leave you alone from here on until you die. Whether by whatever means that may be. All I want, that holy symbol you have on you, the one from your cousin. If you hand it over, my employer will be happy. I can move on with my life, and I never have to see you or your nasty gods again. As honestly, the fact that one of you worships that trollop of a woman just surprises me." As he looks at you, waiting to see if you're going to swing at him, he puts it kind of having his hands up in a loose boxing form, looking like he can actually swing, even though his arms are thin and small.
We're gonna try a fucking wild one. We're gonna test Jakix's fear immunity real fast. It's like I like go to like I'm gonna like swing like with the staff and just like pull out the dagger and like make like a slash with it at him.
Mm-hmm. One sec. There you go. All right, let's see. You wait. You're gonna pull. Wait. Hold up. You're gonna pull what? Hold up. What? My brain just processed. Okay. Okay.
I said we're gonna test Jakix's fear immunity.
Okay. So as you pull out the dagger,
Imagine.
it kind of looks at you as you hold it out in front of you. Kind of looks you up and down and goes, "Oh, I am quaking. Don't get me wrong. You could stab me with that, and that'd be a very unfortunate situation. I'd have to figure out a way out again, and I'd really rather not do that. So let's not involve your death or my death in this situation. Because let's be honest, do you really want to give up your chance at a future for little old me when I'm not even interested in you?"
I don't trust anything you have to say. Release my friends, or you're going to die.
You'd kill me and you for this, just for your friends, and all I want is a small little piece of metal that your cousin gave you. And this all ends.
I've said my piece, Jakix. I've no reason to trust anything you say. And I don't. And I just try and lunge forward.
Alright, yeah, go ahead and make an attack. He's not gonna like stop you. 12.
If I could roll like not shit. God.
Swinging wide again, he just kind of looks at you as he kind of watches you swing around with the thing again and goes, if I may recommend a different item to, hit me with, maybe stab me with a dagger, that might give you a better chance. Alright, you know what, I'm not even bothered with this anymore, I can get one of these holy symbols from someone else. If you're not willing to part with it, fine. Enjoy your day and I'll kick out the mist around you and I'll let your friends go. They're not even worth my time to kill. A little side note for you. The mark on your neck? Your cousin has one too. Your fates seem intertwined, so just kind of keep that in mind as he kind of taps his nose lightly with his index finger and vanishes into a black smoke. As he does... Good.
Really like to do something.
Oh god. I mean, you can see the creature technically still from Eider's eyes.
Because
Hey, Zach,
I've
aren't you glad we're
been
still friends?
seeing this, and this is one of the people that Zebril hates the most.
What are you gonna... I'll give you one action for it as a reaction for the... Because I will say, the spell he just cast, that would have given you a big red flag. As he seemed to cast a massive almost cloud around the city to basically keep the god's vision from coming within.
Mm-hmm. One action. All right.
As I say, you are filtering your magic through another individual, so I think that's fair. If you want to take
Yeah.
I think.
No, for sure. Well, it is, one of the abilities of the mind.
Eider's about to whip out some psionic power. What do you got? And before the epic level psionics.
Yeah, can I, through Eider, tell what stat he was using to, swing on Jakik?
What stat the Eider was using to
Yeah,
cast?
was it strength or dex to swing on him?
Oh, Eider's used as a strength attacker, I believe, right? Because your class doesn't have anything special for dex, so I assume so. Oh,
Yeah, just a strength guy. Sorry, I realized I was muted.
no worries. Yeah, so strength, yeah.
Okay. I got one action. With this action, could I want to know if I can buff Eider and give him another swing on Jakix before he disappears.
Sure, I'm down. I'll give it a shot.
Okay. Let me do some quick maths.
Before Eider gains 40 strength.
You're right.
Yeah, it'll be near that, I think.
Oh, God, I was joking. Wait.
While you do the math for a second, I'm gonna take a quick detour to jump over to Ned
Sure,
and Dom, so I can give you a second, so that way you can get that set up. Ned and Dom, as you watch Eider kind of struggling to swing after blowing a ton of magic into Jakix, and Jakix just standing there, not even bothered, as his body seems to regenerate in the background of the scene, as you see from behind his back. You watch as Eider seems to struggle to swing with him with his staff, kind of looking about, and as Eider's eyes begin to start glowing this almost bright pinkish color, as if his body is starting to kind of empower little pink lines of magic, seemingly arcane runes kind of dragging down his body, as something seems to kind of take hold. What would you two like to be doing in the background? Or is there anything you'd like to do?
I feel like as soon as Dom realized things were locking and that the book was reflecting what was happening, he would have, like you described, tried getting out the doors, getting out the windows, and if that didn't work, I think maybe he. I feel like maybe he'd have turned to Ned and gone like, okay, things are locked. We're trapped in here magically. It is a trap. I am not surprised. Didn't expect this one. Expected one when I opened the book. Do you think the cats are from Jakix or the cats are from the goddess? I think they might be a clue to some way of getting out of here. Because if Jakix doesn't kill us, either setting off that blast beam, Nyman will.
Are both the cats in the room with us now?
They are both staring at you as you look over. They seem to be sitting on next to one of the tables. That seems to be next to a couple of windows that you probably commonly sit next to when you're reading. If you were trying to get some natural light, both cats seem to look between the two of you as you're conversing, and then kind of look up at the glass, and then look back at you a lot, like as if they're confused on what's going on.
I would like to pick something up and try to throw it through the window.
Yeah. Give me a d20 plus your base attack.
Okay.
As you pick up one of the books on the ground that reads the life and times of Regan Utham, and kind of chuck it. It goes about 5 feet forward and hits the ground next to the cats as they kind of scatter away from the book. As one of them kind of jumps up and jumps through the glass as if there was no glass there and vanishes.
Can Dom see if putting the book under the light from that window does anything?
Sure. As you kind of pick up one of the books and bring it over to the table and kind of open it up.
The one with the Jakix's book specifically.
Okay. Yeah, as you bring it over, kind of setting it down underneath the light, kind of tilting it about, the sunlight seems to catch onto it. That seems to almost be unnatural from the windows. The cat that kind of jumped through just a moment ago through one of the glass panes next to the table kind of climbs back through again as if the glass wasn't there, kind of looks at you as you kind of look at the book and look up at the light expectingly. Nothing seems to change as Eider continues to look like he is growing more arcanely powerful by the millisecond.
Dom, Ned, I have a theory, and you're better equipped to test it with your affinity to animals. Try holding one of the cats and seeing if you are able to also face through the window.
Can I try to pick up the Maine Coon?
Yeah, as you walk over to pick up the cat, kind of leaning down, your hands go right through the cat, and the cat just kind of looks at you confused, and then kind of scuttles away.
Don, who didn't see that earlier and sees that now.
That's kind of what I thought was going to happen.
Well, there is one other thing I could test before I start punching windows again. Dom will attempt to see if he can stick his hand through the image in the book.
Alright. Yeah, as you kind of push your hand forward onto the book, kind of expectingly, give me a strength check, just to see how strong you're kind of shoving your hand down.
See if I break this. Hey, if I break this book, maybe Jakix will stop trolling us. Think about that. That is just a nice solid 6. I don't get a bonus to my strength.
As you kind of punch down, you feel your hand kind of lightly hit the book, and as it does, the book's kind of lightly kind of lifts up off the ground. The cat that was kind of looking at you from the glass window next to the table kind of runs back out of it, spooked by the sound of the book, again running through the glass as if it wasn't there. As you kind of look down at the book, nothing seems to have happened.
Well, the book was too light of an object, so let me try this. And I'm going to just full sprint at the window.
Give me
Before Dom can try to stop me, just
Oh
Looking
no,
at-
I'll let you do this, buddy.
Yeah, give me a jump check, please, for aiming for those windows. Oh God, Ned. Ned,
14.
as you clear the table, you kind of go flying past as Dom just pulls their hand back, looks up at you, and sees you just come charging through after saying, basically saying the line. As you say you have an idea, go flying past them through the glass, out onto the ground. As if there was no glass there, you land kind of tumbling into the thick grass and kind of roll until you come to a stop.
I knew it'd work.
As you look back, Ned,
Dom-
seeing Dom inside still kind of brushing yourself off.
Dom is just sighs a bit, but then offers Ned a bit of like a light grin, just to like be friendly. But he's very clearly tired of today's events and goes, "Good job, Ned. Quick thinking." And Ned, not Ned. Dom will go to carefully exit the window after Ned.
Climbing over the table, like slowly climbing out, yeah.
Yeah, he's a monk. He's dexterous. He can like bend and get over it.
Yeah. As we jump over to Eider, as Eider, the psionic powers begin to envelop you. You feel your body intensifying, every muscle growing stronger. As you get ready to swing one last time with this quarterstaff, trying to hit your kicks with the slime. Go ahead and roll.
Oh no, I'm trying to hit him with the dagger.
Oh, with the dagger. Okay. Oh God. Okay.
I'm sending his ass to Abaddon.
Oh.
He can get out of the slime. He can't get out of Abaddon easily.
Oh no.
The BBEG is sent to a different BBEG.
I don't.
Let them battle.
Hold up a minute. Yeah, go ahead and roll your 2 attack. Oh no. I gotta
Send them
account,
to Shar.
I gotta account for spell resistance. Oh, I don't like that, no. Alright, what do you got?
What is it? 37 total.
Whew.
What? Real quick,
How?
was that a
Oh, no, that makes sense.
all right roll, or was that a pretty bad roll?
It was middle 11.
Just checking something. Do I have anything that saves me in this situation? I do not. Oh, fuck. I'm built to overcome spell resistance. I'm not. Oh, no. Alright, as you swing for him, you hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
It's not really like what we're worried about in this situation.
Nope. I gotta remember. What's the save on that? Did I list it, or did I have to look that up in my notes? Let me look. Oh, no.
Here, I'll be nice. I'll roll damage real fast. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, feel free to roll your damage. You're good while I'm looking up the item in the background.
It's a 39.
Oh, okay. Well, that's... Oh,
That was a what?
that's just a bit of damage. Yeah, don't mind that. Yeah, I mean, a hot minute. Cause either I'm gonna need a save from you and 2 at this situation. This is a reflex save, I think, but I want to make sure.
Jakix is taking you with him. It's a field trip to Grandpa's house.
Yeah, let me find the fucking name of the dagger in here again. I've got so many magic items in here. I just made 40 of them this morning. Yeah. There it is. Dagger of the Elder King. Okay. Oh no. Oh, this is exactly... okay, so this is the item. Alright. Give me a reflex save.
The arms of the angels fly away. You got a 16.
Shit. As you watch the hands come out, the 2 hands and the face of Grandpa appear as this at first humanoid form of a normal, jolly, long-bearded, almost dwarven-like face, like Santa Claus looking, very rosy cheeks, begins to turn and twist into this grotesque beast of gluttony and what looks to be just nothing but teeth and a maw. As you can see the corpses of creatures long since dead that look to be, as you immediately sense, your detect evil causes you to go into an immediate stun, as the overwhelming caster level of these individuals is terrifying. As Jakix immediately feels the hands of this creature grab hold, that slowly turn to almost like tentacles with teeth. He looks over at you and just goes, "Well played, young man, well played." As he is pulled under into this black abyss of vanishing from below, the dagger seems to, as the abyss dissipates into the black smoke, Jakix vanishing with all of his items on him and just disappearing completely. You see as the dagger itself morphs slightly, and where your hand now holds it, the top groove chops your top pointer finger off.
Was that what his reflex save was for?
Yep. You are now unable to gain that finger back.
I was.
Oh.
So if he failed, I'll use Fate of 1 on him to allow him to reroll.
I will say he succeeded the reflex. This is just the cost of the succession.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well then, never mind. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah. As you watch your finger either disappearing, now whenever your hand seems to grasp it, where that finger is, the blade kind of holding true, you look down and see your finger kind of dissipate into ash. The number 1 kind of glowing in a burning inferno, and then dissipating into ash as it does. You kind of take a moment to thank yourself that you did not have a ring on that finger. You're not sure if you would have lost that magic, but as you kind of put the dagger back onto your side, your finger immediately, the wound seals back up and closes where at the nub where the finger was, and it does go all the way back to the second or the furthest back joint.
Oh no, my ring finger.
Your technically pointer finger. Your pointer finger, yeah.
The second most important digit.
As you're kind of standing there looking about, you feel the magic dissipate in your body as it does, your body de-inflating as it does, and you're beginning to relax. So you feel a bit of exhaustion as you take 1 point of exhaustion from this. As your eye kind of causes a slight migraine right behind your right eye that seems to kind of almost always want to be closed as you kind of feel yourself almost like you're hungover and every light is causing you issues. You hear almost immediately the sounds of a couple people running as Ned and Dom come running up behind you, kind of seeing you about how blocked down from down the street.
Oh, can somebody turn off the fucking lights?
As Ned and Dom walk up, seeing you kind of in pain, think 1 finger less.
That's the sun.
Oh, we should do something about that.
Did you just send Jakix Morin to Abaddon?
I can't claim all the credit. Actually, I can claim basically none of the credit.
I think you can claim being an active participant given. And I assume we look at the very obvious bleeding, missing finger.
It is just missing. It's like,
oh, just missing finger. As Dom kind of closes the book, I want to say Dom was watching what was happening as we were running towards your location. Like, no, Ned, it looks like this alleyway, and like saw that happen, and then probably closed the book.
I just like kind of sways like a little delirious. He goes, "Oh yeah, no what? Fuck it, I'm taking this as a win."
Yeah, like falls back a little bit, almost falls back from that.
Can Dom attempt to steady him? I don't think I can hold his weight. So I don't think I can pick him up.
That's
But
fucked
can I
up.
like just lean down and put a steady in hand?
Are you saying Eider's fat?
I'm saying Dom is weak and he has adamantine.
Yeah, as you kind of like helped Eider keep his footing, kind of standing, you managed to get right behind him easily, managing to put your hand on his back and holding him or propping him up a bit as the stick kind of drops to the ground. As the three of you kind of stand in the middle of the street, have this situation kind of almost basking in the fact that Jakix just went to Abaddon, but yet the task isn't done yet. You start to notice the clouds around you start to dissipate, and as they do, the darkness that seemed to be almost causing the skies to blacken out seems to start to break. You start to notice the three cats from your sweaters appearing, kind of sitting down on the opposite sides of you, looking at the staff and then looking back at you as they each smile. The last one to appear, the gray tabby that looks up at Eider and seems to smile kindly.
Yep. I know. And just like get to hauling towards the fucking river again.
As you try to grab it, go ahead. Yeah. Dom?
Oh, Dom was just gonna say that we didn't find Og right wing, but yours is more important.
As you mentioned this, the cat seemingly kind of stop Eider as Eider hears you mention it, kind of grabbing hold of the slime part of the staff and seemingly pulling it back. Eider, you don't seem able to pull, even with all of your strength.
What's with the fucking cats?
I point at his sweater.
No. At the jar necklace.
Oh.
As you do, you watch the necklace morph into the sweater once more.
This is cozy. This is not the best time for cozy right now, though.
I'm talking about the cat on your sweater. That's the cat.
I recognize it. I meant more, why are they stopping us from putting it in the river?
I'm assuming because it's probably a bad decision. But I don't know if they're actually here to help or not. They seem to have led us out to the building, but they also seem to kind of not exist. But Og Brightwing's not around. No one else in the town seems to be around. If I were to guess, my best assumption is everyone in the town has been magically frozen or removed, so that way no harm could become us to uphold her part of the deal. So as far as the staff goes, I'm not sure what to do with it. Seems bad to just toss it in a river. Seems also bad to leave it. I definitely don't want to bring it with us unless we can store it. Kez has a bag of holding, if you think putting it in there would work, but I don't know how the blasting diamond would react.
I just like kind of like kneel down to like one of the cats and say, "All right, you're telling us what not to do. Can you tell us what to do?" I know you probably can't talk, but just kind of lead on. Or am I just talking to myself? Am I an idiot?
The cat just kind of looks up at you and tilts its head, and then like takes keeps pulling on the slime end of the staff, trying to like pull it away from you.
I just kind of like let go and let the cats take it.
As you do, you watch as all three begin to drag it away and behind one of the buildings off to the side of the road. Slowly as they do, they disappear suddenly as you kind of wait a few moments, not hearing anything, kind of curiosity kind of going to the side of the building to look, and nothing seems to be there. The obvious trail of where the slime was dragged upon is clear, but a stopping point just shows and then it vanishes. You're unsure where it is.
Well, that was either a good idea or a bad idea. I'm very tired.
I was going to say, either a deity who will be able to safeguard it has it, or some equally powerful bad person just got it. But either way, out of our hands.
Well, we did just make a deal with the god that's opposite of the god in charge of the staff, so I'd
I would
imagine it was
assume, yes,
good.
she is. Yes, this is a wonderful point. Probably taking it so her sister could not get it back.
As you mentioned that, you
Anyway.
begin to see the townspeople begin to populate once more, as if they were there all along, kind of fading in like shadows and ghosts. As the town sounds, the birds begin to chirping, the singing from the tavern picks up. People begin to laugh and begin to shout. You start seeing as a couple of people kind of look at Eula as they seem to circle around you and trying to avoid you. As Kez comes walking down, looks confused and goes, "Where'd you guys go?"
I saw a weird guy, sent him to super hell. I'm gonna nap for about 7 hours.
Let's go back to the church. I've got it set up. It should keep us protected from anything trying to eat us in the dark. As he kind of starts to lead you back towards the building. Good.
I'm gonna nap forever.
As Einar, Dom, Nander, and Ned start to head that way, you all kind of getting up to the church and finding areas to make yourself comfortable. Exhaustion, the fact that in a day you've now met more gods than most mortals meet in a lifetime. Fuck, most countries meet in a lifetime. You take a moment really grasping what the level that you've just dealt with these gods, beings offering you these deals and showing you the signs of what is to come. Understanding that Cataclysm is something far beyond even what some of those gods were capable of doing or dealing with, as you learned. You all find your own corners and begin to process. As the night goes on and you all begin to relax, we're going to end the session here for the night. For this point, we thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and yes, the party is getting XP. We'll see you
Oh my
next time.
gosh.